Let's get into it. Talk about Charlie Kirk. Throw out your thoughts. Are you crazy? Are you not? Who's crazy? Who's not? What's going on here? We don't know. Nothing's really going on here, right, guys? Okay, here's the thing, all right? We're going to give everyone a fair shot. The only person we're not going to give a fair shot to is Patrick Bet-David. All right, here we go.
Your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts.
I already don't
No,
like this guy.
I didn't have a dream where he came
gay.
to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me in a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th.
I just don't. Well, the problem that I have with people that have this mentality, he's reading into his phone his opening statement. Memorize it. You're on the great debate, sir. You paid $300,000 for this. You can't even remember your own fucking words. But also just condemning the other side when you're getting into a debate. It doesn't come from a form of curiosity, which means that you're not open to thinking that you might be wrong, which turns it into like a very combative energy to begin with. So he's already starting that shit.
9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
Well, that makes me like, what? Because like, if he was getting a feeling that someone was going to kill him, it's because they were already spotting him. And if you believe that just Taylor Robinson acted alone then why would Charlie Kirk have a sense 2 days prior? This guy's actually making me think that, like, fucking goddamn it, bro. Like, Candace is wacky, but like, what? This is bad. What? This doesn't make any sense. Okay, so you reveal for the first time ever that he sent you a text message that 2 days prior he thought leftists were stalking him. but they weren't stalking him. Somebody was stalking him, though, because otherwise why would he say that to you? You're thinking that he said that to you because Tyler Robinson was stalking him 2 days prior? He had a feeling 2 days prior? What? Or it's 3 days prior. 3 days prior. What?
Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said.
Holy shit. That's crazy. Because, like, he just read that and he's saying that that's the first time that he's revealing that or giving that information up. And it actually goes towards Candace Owens. To be honest, it goes towards Candace Owens. Before she's even said any of her wacko shit, this guy's like, yeah, Charlie knew that Tyler Robinson was stalking him 3 days prior. Here's the never before seen text message of him saying, somebody's stalking me 3 days prior, and I believe it's the left. What? That means that it was more than just Tyler Robinson. That means that more than one person, like that he knew that there was something going to happen. Why would you have that feeling?
That he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been.
Text to his security team, not to him. Okay.
But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd.
That is
and she will
absurd.
not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace
Make
demanded
sure you double
I
tap,
defend
hit that like button,
my
y'all.
use of that term,
Come on, only
which
2
I think
likes,
is fair,
250 people.
in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship.
Since we've been covering this case. Like, bitch, she was writing a book. She was predicted to be like part of the political right-wing elite. Then she got fucking paid for from the Daily first she went over to Glenn Beck's network, Blaze TV, and then only did 6 episodes, and they had to cut her contract because she wouldn't adhere to the contract. Then she was at the Daily Wire and did the same thing where she wouldn't adhere to her contract, wouldn't do weekly episodes, wouldn't put them out on time. Then she, after Steven Crowder leaked the whole thing with the Daily Wire, she then fucking asked Steven Crowder to start a new network with her and the Rumble CEO, and both the Rumble CEO and Steven Crowder boxed her out of that because they didn't want to be attached to her. Then Charlie Kirk dies, and she gets blown up under a new set of circumstances, basically on social media, which is like X and Meta and YouTube all opening their platforms up because it's right after Trump's elected, and we don't want to be getting any kind of fines or any kind of, so everything's free and open. And then she gets waved in, and then it's like, oh, okay. Don't you think that the people that were there that were saying that COVID isn't a conspiracy theory and that it's dangerous to believe that COVID's a conspiracy theory? Don't you think that those people love that Candace exists and that so many people believe the bullshit that she spews? Those people are the ones that finance and push this out onto the major web platforms to allow her to do this. And then when she has her own merit, just like Nick Shirley or anybody else, she's able to make her own enough money that she can just put out her episode whenever she wants. But she can only put it out about one thing. And that one thing is this fucking case that she's speaking about.
Between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government.
Okay, guys, before we get into the garbage that doesn't matter, I'm just going to give you a briefing on the news for the day, just so that we can understand that there's a lot of other things that actually do matter. Number 10, Libya's army chief killed in a plane crash in Turkey. 9, BBC reporting a UN statement highlighting ongoing severe restrictions. Afghan women described lives transformed under 5 years of Taliban rule. 8, Israeli settlers' siege of Palestinian homes in West Bank draws U.S. rebuke. Settlers besieged homes for days in the occupied West Bank. The U.S. urged Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu to condemn the actions. Ambassador Mike Huckabee issued a sharp criticism, saying the U.S. will not tolerate these kind of outlandish actions against settlers, with some reports noting rare language about settler violence activities actually acknowledged by Israel for the first time. 7, record rainfall in Japan kills at least 8,000 stranded. Unprecedented heavy rainfall caused flooding and landslides, killing 8 people, cutting power to tens of thousands of houses, and stranding about 7,000 travelers in the Tokyo airport. 6, Ebola outbreak in the DRC spreads for 6 provinces, remains among the worst on record. It is now expanding to the Boulogne province. Confirmed cases exceed 4,600, with more than 2,100 deaths so far. A near 47% fatality rate. Officials and the UN describe it as the fastest growing on record and on track to potentially surpass the 2014-2016 West Africa outbreak in scale. Response remains challenged by conflict, detention delays, and lack of specific vaccine treatments for the strain. 5, Colombia earthquake death toll raises. 281 to now 285. Update from Monday, 7.4 magnitude quake in Western Colombia showed the toll climb to the mid 280s, with thousands injured, hundreds missing, and tens of thousands of homes destroyed or damaged. 4. Europeans' heat wave and wildfires intensify. Record or near record heat continues across parts of Europe. Wildfires forced thousands of evacuations and injured dozens in Croatia, near destruction of the country's worst ever on record. Homes burned in the UK on its hottest day for the year. Fires also hit France, Greece, and Spain. Drought exposed skunk World War II ranks in the debris. Emergency alerts went out in parts of England and in Wales. Number 3, U.S.-Iran tensions escalate over Strait of Hormuz, carries deployment concerns. The Iranian military is not taking lightly Trump saying that he might turn it into a territory. Hormuz traffic slowed amid ship attacks and U.S. threats of sustained pressure blockade. President Trump urged Americans to accept higher gasoline prices, calling Iran evil and suggesting he might soon declare the strait U.S. territory. The long-developed USS Abraham Lincoln, 250 days at sea, reports supplies plumbing, morale issues drew attention. Trump dismissed concerns at the deployment not nearly long enough, with the USS George Washington headed to relieve it. Related oil spill risks appeared to the Gulf of Oman area. Number 2, magnitude 7.7 earthquake strikes eastern Indonesia. Tsunami warning issued. A shallow 7.7 magnitude earthquake hit Flores Island near Saturday local time, following by an aftershock of 6.1 magnitude earthquake, killing thousands. And number 1, Luigi Mangione pleads guilty. Anyway.
And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate. I don't need to waste time with a preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I never...
She conflates two different things, which is like, one is that AIPAC is going to push back at any kind of anti-Charlie Kirk being anti-Israel. Yeah, AIPAC put a bunch of money into Charlie Kirk. So when he dies and you say, actually, he didn't represent AIPAC, AIPAC's going to do everything they can to make sure that is not what you hear. That doesn't necessarily mean that a furry trying to suck his boyfriend's dick didn't shoot Charlie Kirk.
I didn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's
they're two separate things. There's two separate things. Why can't you ask questions about Israel, and why will they push back? That's a separate conversation from who shot Charlie Kirk.
not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Right. See, okay, so she understands what she's doing. She's conflating two different things, though. The guy that's there, he has the same angry, argument that I have, which is, you're saying that this furry didn't kill Charlie Kirk. This guy killed Charlie Kirk. And she's going, oh, really? Well, then why is Turning Point USA only in support of Israel? Why can't you say that Israel, that he was changing on Israel? Why can't you question them or talk to them or do... It's the same thing as Nick Fuentes. You're not going to be able... the Jewish media, they are very much the inventor of cancel culture. That does not somehow draw the conclusion that this man didn't take a shotgun and shoot Charlie Kirk in the neck. It doesn't. It just doesn't.
Just out of curiosity, are you, between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
Yeah, me too.
0%?
0%.
I'm at 0.
See, yeah, because with every time that she dismisses the whole thing, she then reaffirms the question, why can't we talk to Turning Point USA? What was Charlie Kirk all about? Why was he so attached to Donald Trump? What is Donald Trump after with Israel? This, again, do we have to go back to it again, guys? I want you guys to see how Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk came together, okay? This is in September 9th of 2015, Donald Trump-Iran war. This is 2015. Where is it? 2015 Tea Party. Where is it? There it is. Here it is. So he, End of the World playing, which is crazy.
What shows up?
Okay, but he shakes hands with Ted Cruz. This event is put on by Charlie Kirk. This is in 2015, and this was what Donald Trump went up there for 5 minutes to talk about.
Incompetent deal.
In front of the state.
Boy, can we get a crowd? And that was 3 days ago, and look what shows up. And I want to thank you. So, I've been doing deals for a long time. I've been making lots of wonderful deals, great deals. That's what I do. Never, ever, ever in my life have I seen any transaction so incompetently negotiated as our deal with Iran. And
Do you guys see? Yes. The reason that Candace acts like Tyler Robinson can't be the killer is because if you question the killer, you question what Charlie Kirk was, what his motives were with Donald Trump, what his ties are to Israel. Yes, but they're not the same thing. But with Candace Owens, they are, because the power is in the control of the media apparatus. And if you're asking the question of whether Tyler Robinson killed him or not, and you say no, you then have to follow the rabbit hole of what Turning Point USA is, what its influence is to Ted Cruz, what its influence is to Donald Trump. Mind you, also, Nick Fuentes, first episode of America First, influence to Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz shakes hands for the first time ever with Donald Trump at Charlie Kirk's event in front of the state capitol on September 9th, 2015. As he says, we need not agree to this Iran deal. And listen to the rest of this.
Never. Now, Ted and everybody else have gone through all of the details, and we can talk about the 24 days, which is ridiculous. We can talk about the $150 billion, which, by the way, they get, even if the deal isn't approved, they get it just for going to the table. We can talk about the fact that we have 4 wonderful people over there, and frankly, they're never going to come back with this group. And I will say this, if I win the presidency, I guarantee you that those 4 prisoners are back in our country before I ever take office. I guarantee.
Okay, and he got that promise. He got that promise. Key up on that, guys. Key up on that, because that was why Nick Fuentes and Ted Cruz are also with Charlie Kirk, who is putting on a grassroots event sponsored by who? Because, again, grassroots event in D.C. at the Capitol building pushing against the Iran deal. Okay? And this is Trump on September 9th, 2015, and the last 2 months of the election, going up to the election. And those 4 prisoners that we had there, they were released by Obama January 16th, right before he took office. Promise it kept. So, whoever, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, whatever, the people putting on this event that were against the Iran deal, they are very happy that immediately we get those 4 prisoners back, promises kept, right? And also going back to Candace Owens again, the reason that she has to do what she's doing, essentially, is because every time that she does in public say, Tyler Robinson is not the killer, you immediately then have to question the motives, the morals of Charlie Kirk, of Turning Point USA, of his attachment to Donald Trump, of his attachment to Israel, of his attachment to Netanyahu. It draws all the strings together. Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Tyler Robinson's just a furry fucking weirdo. But I also agree that Candace Owens is doing extremely good work for America, to be honest, by kind of opening up this hole in the media by saying like, oh, really? Oh, really? Okay. Well, Tyler Robinson didn't kill him. Now every single question and thing that you're talking about or speculating about is revolved around Turning Point USA and what Charlie Kirk was doing. And you have to explain how he wasn't a Manchurian candidate to end the Iranian war 8 years after Donald Trump started in 2015. We had the decade, but we needed somebody to finish it. Guys, you're missing the fucking overall here. If someone shot Charlie Kirk, it was not Israel, it was Iran. Because who had Charlie Kirk? He was not breaking apart. He was part of the system from the beginning. He set it up September 9th, 2015, right here. It was supposed to be him after Donald Trump to continue the war in Iran, to finish it, to liberate the people. And if you've ever watched any documentary in Iran, you understand exactly why somebody that is pro-Israel like Charlie Kirk, like Donald Trump, would want to do that. This is not some, oh, blah, blah, blah. But again, for Candace Owens, it's, no, he didn't do it. And that unravels the whole, well, then who is Turning Point? Why is Erica Kirk? Who is Charlie Kirk? Why was he Donald Trump? Why is this happening? Why is he sponsoring an event with Donald Trump and Ted Cruz, which is attached to Nick Fuentes, America First? It's all one big operation in 2015, right there on the lawn.
Be back before I ever take office, because they know that's what has to happen, okay? They know it. And if they don't know it, I'm telling them right now.
Have a little smarts, guys.
So I have a story that just came out an hour ago. And as President Obama calls him very routinely, he calls him the supreme leader. Our president is calling the person
Charlie
who's
Kirk
really
event.
the boss in Iran supreme leader.
On
And I look at
September
people
9th,
shaking their heads,
2015.
I can't believe it. But it just came out a little while ago. He said Israel will not exist in 25 years. Think of that. He just said this.
This is a 5-minute speech put on by Charlie Kirk's organization for Donald Trump to shake hands with Ted Cruz, who is influenced by Nick Fuentes. And the 5 minutes are to read a statement about how Israel is not going to exist in 25 years and we should all be scared. He was not breaking away from Israel. And I don't even think that Candace Owens is here to even try to unravel those things. Or maybe she is just for her own audience. But the thing is that what she's actually doing by saying anything is exposing what the apparatus of the operation was. From my theory, guys, if you haven't heard it yet, this is literally it. Charlie Kirk supports Donald Trump through the whole GOP nomination in 2015, after supporting Ron Paul in 2012. Charlie Kirk endorses Donald Trump. Turning Point USA endorses Donald Trump. And then Nick Fuentes is endorsing Ted Cruz. Charlie Kirk opens up a huge event September 9th, 2015 for Donald Trump to read a letter about how Israel won't exist in 25 years because of Barack Obama and leftists, and to shake hands with the Nick Fuentes supported Ted Cruz, so that they can all go about their merry way defending Israel against Iran. No deal for Iran. This is a dangerous deal for Iran. We need Israel to fight a war against Iran. And guess who? The person who put on this event that declared that while he was still just a candidate, Charlie Kirk, is the only other person besides Donald Trump who has been shot at. Iran is shooting our people. And Charlie Kirk was a humanitarian candidate for Israel. And it's not that hard to draw these very simple conclusions.
Also said very strongly, very, very strongly.
And Taylor
that
Robinson
this
is a
the end
furry
of our
who shot him.
dealings with the United States. We want nothing more
Maybe
to
Israel
do with
gave him
them.
some money.
We're
I
not
don't
going
know.
to do anything right here.
Or not
We
Israel,
made this
Iran.
deal.
But
It's a
definitely not Israel.
phenomenal deal. We're not going to deal with the United States anymore.
If Israel had Charlie Kirk still, Israel would be able to have 8 more years of war in America with American backing in Iran. Right now they're scrambling because you either got J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio, and I don't think either one of them are real deeply tied to Israel. But the guy putting on the event that's 5 minutes long on the state capitol on September 9th, 2015, fully endorsing Donald Trump for president, just for him to say Iran's a bad deal, that guy's deeply tied to Israel. That guy is an humanitarian candidate for Israel. He's a deeply religious individual.
And that's what he just said. And this was a very short period of time ago.
It's over after Donald Trump, but it wasn't supposed to be.
They take our
Charlie
money,
was supposed to
they make
continue
us
this
look
war.
like fools, and now they're back to being who they really are. They don't want Israel to survive. They will not let Israel survive with incompetent leadership like we have right now. Israel will not survive. And then when it's all done, or they think it's all done, they come out with these unbelievable, nasty statements that Israel won't be around in 25 years and that we have no dealings and we will have no further dealings with the United States. Now, the people that we were negotiating with and were working on the sanctions with, including, and as an example, Russia, who's selling tremendous missiles to Iran. You know that. Ballistic missiles being sold. All of these countries are going to do business with Iran.
Charlie wasn't turning on Israel, because if Charlie was turning on Israel, guys, then they would already be shooting Marco Rubio and JD Vance to get somebody that's pro-Israel. They don't know who's next. Charlie was supposed to be who's next. It was supposed to be easy. It was supposed to be Donald Trump goes, well, I know all these people were in my administration and blah, 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 but actually this guy that does the podcast, and I'm a media guy, and he's a media guy, well, he's actually the voice of America. And Turning Point USA and America First, and they're going to go forward and blah, 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 blah. And they're the people putting on the event for Israel. Candace did expose something by saying Tyler Robinson isn't the killer. She exposed that Turning Point USA, Erica Kirk, and Charlie Kirk are deeply embedded in Israel. But they did not turn on him. There is no weirdness to, like, if anybody killed him that was in a different country, it was Iran to stop this. And right now, it's scary because if Charlie Kirk was alive, we would have at least 10 years to take care of this war. And right now, we have about 18 months.
They're going to make lots of money and lots of other things.
So I don't know how you draw whatever you draw from that, but that's how I feel. Because I see Rubio nor J.D. Vance continuing the obliteration of the Middle East the way that Donald Trump is. But I could see Charlie Kirk doing that as a way to gain peace towards those places that he deeply understands are suppressioning women and children and whatever else. And when you have that ideology, you're dropping a lot more bombs for Israel than you are if you're J.D. Vance, paid for by big tech, or you are Marco Rubio, just a nice guy.
Nothing.
You're just a nice guy. I'm just a nice guy.
By very,
Rubio's just a nice guy now.
stupid people.
After that podcast with Katie Miller,
Very,
bro, I got
very
Rubio.
stupid
Fucking
people.
Rubio making me.
We cannot
Rubio.
let it continue. We are a country that owes $19 trillion. We lose everywhere. We lose militarily. We can't beat ISIS. Give me a...
Rubio might, but Rubio would still be not what Israel wanted. That's the point. Is Rubio wouldn't be a op for Israel. Rubio might be able to still do those things. J.D. Vance is going to pull out. You'd be like, I called up Mark Zuckerberg and Palantir, and they said there's a lot of pictures online of dead kids, so we got to stop that. It's like we go to a fucking Coca-Cola factory with him. Rubio, I can see him having more worldly relation to understand, like, because he even said in that podcast, he would love for us to be able to travel anywhere safely as American citizens. That's his goal as Secretary of State. And it's like, so he would have fundamental goals as an American to, like, better your life. But at the same time, like, yeah, he might do some of the self-destructive shit that Donald Trump is doing in the name of, like, repressive regimes, etc., a lot more than J.D. Vance would. But again, Charlie Kirk was turning on Israel. Bro, Charlie Kirk was 8 more years of the Iran war. Charlie Kirk was in the bag. Full endorsement from Trump. Guaranteed Israel president.
It will change.
He was the Manchurian candidate.
So much winning if I get elected that you may get bored with winning. Believe me, I agree. You'll never get bored with winning. We never get bored. We are going to turn this country around. We are going to start winning big league on trade, militarily. We're going to build up our military. We're going to have such a strong military that nobody is going to mess with us. We're not going to have to use it. I really, really appreciate this tremendous crowd. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you.
Ironically, I'm going to keep going back to this throughout the entire Iran war because I feel like it all started here with American politics. Charlie Kirk's in charge of this actual operation. It's to bring Donald Trump and Ted Cruz together. Nick Fuentes was fully endorsing Ted Cruz. And they only stood up here for 5 minutes and all they said was, we can't do this Iran war deal. We can't do a nuclear deal with Iran. We need Israel to be able to be free. We need to go over there and bomb the shit out of fucking everybody. It's fucking crazy. It's where it all like really culminated and started. And look at that right now. 10 years ago, it was uploaded on C-SPAN, 58 views. Nobody wants to pay attention to the reality of the situation. It's much more fun to think that Netanyahu's actually controlling and he's actually an operative for Netanyahu. Dude, he was an asset for Netanyahu. He was an asset. Not an operative, an asset. An asset. He was letting Netanyahu in because he was a Christian that wanted to fucking destroy Iran and Afghanistan. And he thought he could become president if he was friends with Israel. Israel wasn't controlling him. He was controlling Israel, and he wanted to. He put on big events about it with Donald Trump and Ted Cruz.
The evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie.
You know what that was? That's a deflective questioning. That's what Josh Hawley did to Dr. Fauci. Hey, what's the color of your tie? I plead the fifth. Hey, do you think he was shot at all? Right. Okay, so I know what I'm doing here now as a good debater, which is you're asking me to bring facts so that you can dismiss them. Great. You have a talent for dismissing facts. That doesn't actually prove arguments. So now my job for the next, holy shit, I can't believe he's opening this up this early. His job for the next 2 hours and 58 minutes is to expose the fact that she's not going to bring up anything. Hopefully he has enough time to do it.
And I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other?
Can we see some sort of photo, some sort of something that gets you into that perspective? Because he already knows what it's going to be, which is she's just going to go, well, tell me what you think. And then he goes, I think this. And then if he says anything about what he thinks, she'll have an answer about why that can't be the case. Great. Everybody can play deflector. Everybody can play fucking conspiracy theorist. Not everybody can present their argument with founded fact. And that's what she's basically saying is like, I can't even say that he was ever shot. Okay, so you're never going to give us a distinguished reality. Like, you know what he should have done there? He should have went further with the distinguisher. He should have went, can you say what a woman is? And see if she would even give a centralized distinguisher to live them in the same room. Because really, I mean, we're getting there at this point with the whole, like, was he actually shot or not? Like, okay, you're not giving a distinguisher at all to be able to even have a debate.
Can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So
okay. No. See, he's making the mistake. He should have said, can we distinguish what we think the facts are of that day? And then he should have said, and you go first. Because then she would have said something like, well, I know the fact isn't this, and I know the fact isn't this, and I know the fact isn't this. Then you take those three pieces, and then you go, okay, how do I build my argument where those pieces don't exist? And hopefully you can still build the argument around it, and you still defeat her. Because then she's trying to spin webs around the things she already said she doesn't. She's not coming with facts because, again, she thinks that being a conspiracy theorist means that you can debate your argument. She doesn't have an argument. Her argument is, well, what is Erica Kirk? Why isn't Turning Point here? Who did shoot Charlie Kirk? I don't think anything is anything. Like, it's just...
You're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently.
We watched the Lee Harvey Oswald Upaville breakdown, which was like this. Basically, they opened up the case. Pretty much all of the files are open now. And there's a piece of evidence that he found in there that basically was like, instead of it being a magic bullet, there's an alternative theory that basically the front seats were inwards more on the convertible, leading to a direct 40-line shot, which just at that point, then you start to pull away any of the other theories, and then you start to look back into Lee Harvey Oswald, and you're like, oh, he's claiming he's a patsy. He's drawing conspiracy theories. He left the United States to try to join communism in Russia and got kicked out. He then debated Castro. It's like, and then there was the Bay of Pigs that happens. It's like he could have been a loony that was just in support of communism. The country of America wants to protect the JFK files because it opens up a broader conspiracy theory that a foreign adversary, Cuba, right next door, potentially killed the president, which they don't want people to be thinking in the public, because if they think that Cuba killed the president in the public, then it doesn't help. And by the time they're able to release those records, they just start, it's the bureaucracy of like holding the records only. Oh, that was when Umpaville said, it's kind of just like the UAP stuff, where after a while, if you're off track, if we're saying, oh, JFK was actually shot by LBJ, or oh, JFK was actually shot by the mob, and it was this whole operation and all this crazy stuff, and there's these movies and Oliver Stone and everything else, that distracts you from actual reality. So then, if you're not an actual congressperson that knows a distinguished reality like Marco Rubio, then you're not actually worried about the real things going on in real life. It's a distraction, people. That's the deepest distraction. Keep the files closed. Keep the files closed. Once they open the files up, you find out the convertible is inwards more, leading to the magic bullet not being really all that magic, just a simple bullet going through. And you start to draw the other conclusions. You realize he was a communist that just shot the president. But you wrap your head around the alternative theory. Why? And this is what I'm getting at with Charlie Kirk as well, is how many times does somebody get shot in public or shot at in public and then they don't die? Okay? So when they do die, and we all see it, JFK, Charlie Kirk. JFK, it was the Zakruta film. With us, it was the Instagram live feed, because that's just what it was. Because of the culmination of circumstances of free speech and the pushback of the January 6th cancellations post-Trump getting elected January 2024. Elon, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, the rest of them, even the Google CEOs, they're at the inauguration. It was hands-off Trump approach. So we're going to all see the video, and we all saw it on those reels. So you then have to immediately start trying to desensitize yourself to it. And you can either go, holy shit, that is reality, that really happened. We all just saw him bleed out the neck like that. We saw this person that hated him his whole life. That was the person that did it. It kind of proved the arguments were getting scarier and scarier. He wanted to do it anyway. And you, in order to make sense or to protect yourself internally, especially even somebody like Candace Owens that knows him well or whatever, say like that she really was hurt by it. That's a defense mechanism to be like, no, it was actually something else. But it's there. It's there. There's no magic bullet. And Charlie Kirk bled out the fucking neck. Did we go to the moon? I don't fucking know about that one.
A YouTuber actually set up Valhalla.
Tough one for me.
Steel cages
Tough one to
and
give up.
Shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I...
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06 from low C, 150.
But you are open to it being a projectile, which means that, okay, you're open to somebody shooting him. Okay. I'm trying to distinguish
But you're not
reality
necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that, and we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know
I spoke to the owner of the Damn, he went right at her right away, didn't he? Woo!
the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get in.
So before we get into, oh my God, he's already tearing her apart. Now she's gonna act like she doesn't want to be interrogated. Watch, that's what she's gonna do here. She's gonna act, well, I don't want to get I don't want to be interrogated. Before we get into all that, blah 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 blah, deflect, major theory.
To like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Yeah, what you think is evidence, exactly. I am fucking Houdini of fucking conspiracy theories, so can you tell me exactly what you think and I can dismiss it? Thank you. I'm Candace Owens. It's like, fucking idiot. If I was him, I would just respond immediately with, so what do you think? I also am like, why is Patrick David even fucking here? He clearly paid the $300,000.
Since
Well, I think
this fucking podcast cucking ritual for PD, for Patrick David. Patrick David paid $300,000 to watch that debate. It's literally like a cucking ritual for podcasting.
that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we
that's
should go
fine.
over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found.
He's like looking down now. Bro forgot he's even on camera. He just paid $300,000 to watch these motherfuckers debate in front of him. Yes. You ain't fucking the moderator. What are you talking about? You here to stop them when there's a sponsor break. That's about it.
Near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip.
And here's the thing: half of a televised debate is the way in which you look. And when you're doing the fucking catty smiles and shit, and the you're wrong, well, you're just wrong. You're coming off like a bitch. And you can say that that's because she's a female, and that if that was a guy doing a guy version of that, being like, no, fucking, you're wrong. Or like, I don't even know. Like, it's just that kind of behavior that, it just doesn't, it rubs you the wrong way. And 50% of a televised debate is how the person feels about you and feels about your honesty and about what you're saying. And right now, I feel like she's just playing Houdini of like, tell me what's going on. Also, I feel like, why is Patrick David here again?
Round. Well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock. That's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization.
What's funny is she was like, actually, why don't you tell me your facts so that I can dismiss them? And then he's like, okay, let's start with the first thing that you already gave me, which was you said that it couldn't have went through him. Well, it could have went through him. That was the only piece of fact that she gave him, was that it could have gone through him. So then it's like, oh, good through him.
Which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center.
That's not what we're talking about. We were talking about the gun going, like you're talking about the bullet going into his neck. That was what this whole thing was about. Pat Patrick David, where you at? He's like, I'm sorry.
I guess off in the woods. That gun. Did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right?
Okay.
That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Mm-hmm. Okay, and for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. Mm-hmm. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial.
Why are we getting into this? Like, how does this have anything to do with the bullet going into the neck of Charlie Kirk?
So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when...
See, here's the thing, is Candace got to something with people, which is the exposure of what the operation was. Because if you say Tyler Robinson isn't the killer, you then have to go, what is Turning Point USA? Why are they shooting off fireworks after his death? Why is Israel making statements about him? Who was Charlie Kirk and what was going on with him? And you'll find all that out next on the next episode of Candace Owens. And then she's just going to theorize about it. But that's because she exposed something real, which is Israel paid for Charlie Kirk. He was an op of fucking Israel. And we need to get past that instead of trying to make it all about that. Because it wasn't all about that. His life was about being a Christian in America, and it was getting into a heated up thing about the war, but he was always going to give us 8 more years of the war for Israel. He was paid for by Israel. He is, like, Turning Point USA is Israel, okay? But, like, what the fuck are you talking about with this Candace Owens shit? Like,
she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner.
You're a fucking
that
retard.
There was dust and there was debris.
Mm-hmm. Full
that
retard.
Was found in
not
the
even
gun
understanding
barrel.
what she's going towards.
And then when we had
her Alex
the
Jones moment
person
and lost
who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson.
Look at Pat Patrick David trying to pay attention. What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Robinson's was the most degraded. Mm-hmm. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces.
Candace is 100% grifter who's attacked every organization she's worked for. Absolutely.
Items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints.
Little does she know that she'll be able to sit her in her corner until her audience slowly dies out because they get bored of it after the case. But this was the last $300,000 she'll ever receive. Because the rest of us, like anybody with common sense after this thing, like she's not even trying to she's not even educated enough to be able to have a critical debate back and forth. She's just trying to be smart. She's the retard in the smart room. She's like, nuh-uh, I'm gifted the other way. And you're like, no, Samantha, you go over here in the padded room.
Were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all three of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the
ooh, look at Pat Patrick David biting his lip. He's like, this was the best $300,000 I've ever paid for. I love this podcast cucking.
claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it
He
was
loves getting
when she gave the
cut.
testimony. No, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second.
Grant it,
as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
Well, right, but like later that might be disputed factually through others. Like if they have 7 different witnesses and fucking 6 of the 7 forensics fucking people they pull forward all say, yeah, no, it wasn't degraded, and one lunatic goes, it was degraded, then you know who watches Candace Owens. But that doesn't, like, you know what I mean? But she's like over here being like, well, the first one said that it was degraded, so it must be a fact. And it's like, okay, all right, fine, let's acknowledge that. Now let's see where he goes with it, though.
Hang on, I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now,
just let it go, lady. It's not a disputable fact. It's a clearly disputable fact. It's only one testimony. In a courtroom, it's a disputable fact. An undisputable fact takes at least like a 3 narrative.
Now it's granted. So what?
Yeah.
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
Well, yeah, what does that prove? It was the lowest degraded of the bunch. What does that prove, Candace? More speculation. Again, just more speculation, not facts.
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Why would... Huh? Okay. All right.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded...
I'm telling you to...
Yes, this guy's... Oh my God, she's fucking gone. Bro, I have no idea who this man is, but I'm following him on YouTube now. Holy fuck. This is brilliant. Holy fuck. This is crazy.
Smith,
well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
so
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
Right. Yeah, he did say he doesn't know. You're the one that says that this is a factual piece of evidence. You said he has to say yes. He did say he doesn't know.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
So say, I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used.
That's not proving. That's not proving. Viable. I'm proving that it was a more viable theory. I'm proving that it was a more viable theory. Think about that statement, guys. I'm proving it's a more viable theory. A theory is not something that is provable. Holy fucking shit, lady. I didn't know she was this retarded.
Used it more recently.
Did they say who else?
But again, the reason that she blew up, the reason that people watched it from a cultural standpoint, from an insider that worked on the Daily Show, worked for fucking CNN. I worked on Avengers Infinity War and Endgame and Kevin James. Like, the reason this popped off isn't because it was factual. It popped off because it exposed the fact of the tie to Turning Point USA to Israel directly. And they continued to disavow it and not acknowledge it and act like it was separate. And the more that they did that, the more that they inherently fueled this angle. But this is the last $300,000 Candace ever gonna get. I don't even think she even fucking know what the fuck she trying to do.
Had fingerprints on the gun.
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the three names.
Okay. How many times do you think Mr. Patrick David has blastoided in his pants? How wet do you think that man's seat is right now after paying $300,000 to watch this awesome cooking podcast? This was always about Patrick David, guys. This was never about us or the audience or the money or this Andrew guy getting famous or Joe Rogan or Candace Owens. This was always about Patrick David paying for a cooking.
They named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out
Oh my God, you're right. Exactly. Why are you this way? Just somebody needs to strangle her.
of my mouth.
Okay.
So this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson.
The LGBTQ, HDMI, PS5, Charlie Kirk.
As someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample
Alex,
from.
stop retard maxing.
And again, what's
Okay.
also relevant here.
Just remember, the smartest person you will ever meet in your entire life is Candace Owens, okay? Remember, I'm not crazy, you're crazy. If she had any credibility at all, we're only 25 minutes in. I'm just going to make fun of her so you guys can leave if you're fucking retarded. But the only reason that I gave her any benefit of the doubt was to see if she came in and delivered credible evidence. And she deflected, and this man is a master debater. He is the master of the master debaters. I don't know if that was because, is that what it was? Is because Charlie Kirk was a master debater too. Was he in the club with Charlie Kirk in the master debater club? But Candace Owens was not invited into the master debater club. I'll tell you that much. We've 25 minutes in, not in the master debater club.
Is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are...
but they're relevant if there's no other founded evidence. You're trying to use them as discrepatory evidence, I think is what it's called. to distinguish a fact that means that he wasn't there. It's highly unlikely that this happened, and it's highly unlikely that this happened. So therefore, the fact is he couldn't have. That's not how you do things as a lawyer, you fucking retard.
Are the most degraded, and you're saying he is the shooter?
You go, here's a fact, here's a fact, here's a fact, here's all the facts. And they draw this conclusion. They'll go, well, there's not enough of a fact there, and there's not enough of a fact here. So that must mean fact. -3 plus -3 equals 7.
It's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything.
That wouldn't be, yeah, exactly. That wouldn't prove any. This is what's going to be funny about this is that this guy is actually so smart. He's literally going to. The reason I keep doing these Pat Patrick David fucking jokes and stuff though about him being cucked is because he clearly is that's the only reason he's sitting in that chair is because it was $300,000 and he had to pay for it. And so it could be on simulcast on all 3 channels, and he could get the bonus of all of it. But also because in the props for doing it to all the minions, but also because this guy isn't going to be able to debate Candace Owens. This Andrew guy is actually like really good at debating, so he's going to sit here and he's going to moderate her the whole fucking 3 hours because she's just going to try to go off the fucking braille end, and you should put this guy in front of Trump. Jesus Christ. If you put this guy in front of Trump, oh my God.
Said it's evidence.
Oh my God.
You killed the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier.
Because he waits for the entire answer from these people, and then he comes back and he goes, wait a minute, actually, no rebuttal right now. As the moderator,
So what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into to Robinson being a patsy. Mm-hmm. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy,
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know,
I just unsubscribed because you're retarded. Okay, I mean, I guess if you're gonna get all angry, then I can unmod you.
I said we're not just dreaming. And if
actually, also like cringe, ew, like cancel culture. You're garbage. You're gross. Goodbye. Ew, Vinny Donuts.
Conversations, and they told me that gun was only.
You can have differing opinions. I don't give a fuck if you guys are fucking retarded or not, but like. I'm unsubscribing. Okay, well then I'm not modding you, but then also I'm like, why do I want to listen? Like, go, bye.
Only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay. What?
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it.
So again, another theory to draw zero evidence from. He wasn't a good shooter, so therefore, the end. He wasn't the shooter.
So if I get something from...
Why don't you explain to us your theory on who was the shooter? I don't have one. I don't know. It's going to come out in the evidence later. Blah, 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 blah.
My grandpa, and I put it up on the shelf, and I own this. You could see that could be...
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence, so how could we get to the patsy?
Somebody needs to have a timer on this because it would be hilarious because it's like 8 minutes to 3 minutes right now in her favor. And she's over here being like, you don't ever let me talk. Like, okay, woman. Do we need to get out the stopwatch? Do we need to get out the fucking stopwatch, lady?
Part if I can't get to the end of the sentence.
I'll wait.
So that could be a reasonable explanation.
Oh, wait. Hey, moderator. He's like, I'm sorry. Hey, Patrick Ben David, you fucking fuck.
And as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon, and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem...
Right, exactly, because all that you're doing, I don't even know if she's aware of what she's doing. She's a theorist. She's a conspiracy theorist. She's a theorist. Her rhetoric in the debate is that of a theorist. You give me evidence, and I will debunk it. I will say, no, this is why. No, this is why. And if you're going to ask me for founded evidence, I'm going to explain to you why the things in your favor are inaccurate. You're a theorist. You're not actually demonstrating anything in your favor ever. You're saying, well, the evidence that they have against him here isn't accurate, and the evidence they have against him here isn't accurate. Therefore, something else happened. No, you have to show this is what happened here, and this is what happened here, and therefore, this is what happened. To draw a conclusion. And the way she's speaking over and over, I'm unaware of if she knows that that's what she's doing anymore, or if she's just fully retarded.
That you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this
right.
is hang on.
Exactly. Thank you. See, he's even describing it simpler than I have.
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
Patsy.
how this.
I didn't say it must be Patsy. You're right. You didn't, because you won't distinguish fact. You will only debunk truth. And he's going to ask you again for a fact that proves it, and you're going to turn around and you're going to say, well, don't you believe in this thing? That thing actually doesn't exist. It's actually fucking this way. You can debunk fact all day, but that's just a theorist. You're not actually debating. You're not telling us what you believe.
He links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't.
We never even got the answer after $300,000. What you guys don't understand is this $300,000 was for Pat Patrick David to have an orgasm, a podcast cucking orgasm in front of all of us. Millions and millions of people tuned in to watch Pat Patrick David pay $300,000 to podcast cuck himself, because he's not moderating here, anything. He is cucking himself live on television.
Understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because...
Oh, see, she said, I'm going to actually dismiss what you asked me, and I'm going to say that what you said is wrong again. Okay, anybody can be a theorist. You tell me something, and then I'll tell you why it's wrong. Wow, congratulations. That's not even a skill.
The entire
That's
basis for why you
being
think
a
that
woman.
there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important
Yeah.
because that rule is hearsay.
Right. You're just dismissing things. Oh my God, is this really her? Just does she even know what she's doing? So Pat Patrick David's unaware, even observing it, to be honest. That's what's even crazier. And then Candace Owens is literally just doing it over and over again. And not, I don't even know if she's fully aware that she's doing that. She's literally not, she won't say anything. Let's pause. If I was the moderator, I'd be let's pause for a minute. Tell me something you like to eat at lunch, both of you, please. Candace says something, and hopefully she actually says, I like peanut butter and jelly. But if Candace Owens goes, well, that doesn't change what's going on, then you know that she can't debate. She's incapable of continuing. You have to establish factual distinction from theory. And right now, all she's doing is dismissing other theory.
So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to
Right.
present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
Right. Okay, wait. That's crazy again, and it becomes a speculative argument. It's like this fucking little cuck over here. He's starting to really annoy me. Like, why is he even in the room? Can you just like go somewhere else, bro? We're trying to have a moment with Candace Owens and Andrew, and not include you, bro.
It's just crazy that you don't
call
know
for a
this.
fact
check. If
Yeah,
all the
so, we
evidence
need
was
more than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you
Finally, about time. Fucking, he's gonna come in to fact check something that neither one of them ever said.
want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left.
No, she's going to dismiss the document. She's going to dismiss the document. That's, again, because that's what she's doing. She's like, oh, okay, you gave me a piece of evidence. I'm going to dismiss it. So she's going to go, where did you get this PDF? What's the label on the PDF? Where was it downloaded from? What website? Oh, it was downloaded from that website? Well, that's... Blah, blah, blah. This is the same shit that Mike Lindau does. It's like a level of narcissism that's like so incomplete. Like she's going to watch. She's going to dismiss it somehow. If she doesn't dismiss that, she's going to take something that they say in here that is a fact and founded, and she's going to then speculate to dismiss it. Not to draw a conclusion, because you can't do that. You can't draw a conclusion if you're a theorist, because to draw a conclusion is to state facts to be able to demonstrate your opinion. Instead, you're only going to be able to be speculative of things that are presented to you, i.e. Candace Owens.
Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet
She's gonna dismiss it outright.
obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But
to
no, but
Patsy.
your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe.
You can. It's not how you debate. Like, she's now trying to bring up that you can infer in a courtroom. Yes, we know that you can infer for evidence if you know how law works, but that inference needs to be brought back with founded facts, which you have no fucking facts of any of it. You're just speculating around speculation.
There's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said
Right.
I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to shooter. The Tyler.
Oh my God, she does it with the whole thing. Well, he can't be a shooter because I already dismissed all your facts, so therefore there must be a Patsy. Again, like you're not saying anything.
Robinson did it
No,
the same
no,
way
no,
that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just
Robinson.
shoot her from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no disputes.
Outside
No
of
disputes.
the one
But
that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
In there, though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before
But just
they
like
had about
Pat Patrick David, me and Pat Patrick David were both going through the same thing. We're like, oh man, we got 2.5 more hours of having to hear this fucking whiny, dumb woman talk about herself and not even understand what the fuck she's even doing. And then you look up at the ratings and you go, okay, I can do 2.5 more. 300 in the chat. Make sure you double tap. Hit that like button, y'all.
Before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say?
And with that said, guys, we're going to go into our next hour of the show. Stay with us. Make sure you double tap. Hit that subscribe button. $5 Super Chats, add somebody to the poll of the day. $10 Super Chats, remove somebody from the poll of the day. Our next round is going to be Marco Rubio up against Gavin Newsom. We're going to run the audio while I get it set up. Here we go.
I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not disputing.
No, but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prints, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah,
give
I'm
you
not
the
saying
argument.
Infer
that.
off of that,
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a Patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
Well,
I'm
have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to
inference.
the audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a
made that
fact
argument.
like
You're just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours.
Based on your
reliable
inference.
hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay
What?
in criminal
Oh my God.
preliminary
Are you guys, like,
examinations.
retarded?
The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here, and that is they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence, okay?
And he has agreed with her on that. And he's also agreed with her that most of it was dismissed off of the preliminary trial. There's a reason I didn't even cover it live. I agree as well. And then she tries to draw the conclusion that that means there was a Patsy and he's a Patsy and somebody else shot him, but they didn't shoot him from the roof and they didn't use a handgun and they didn't, like, what the fuck, lady? You can speculate all you want, but could you draw some sort of conclusion as to where you get any sort of theory? And again, what is Candace Owens doing? And I think this is why a lot of us at least draw away from this one. We don't even try to go deep into it, is we get the bad taste in our mouths when we go, so what's your theory? And her theory is, well, I don't really have one. I just know that this didn't happen. Like, it's just all speculation. It's all daytime TV.
Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration of, to give you
Nobody's
that's a demonstration of
disputing
what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't. That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
Yeah, that is the point in contention. And then she's going to say that she's being interrupted again. She's just went out for 5 minutes.
A point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point,
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the
that is the point in contention. That's exactly the point in contention.
entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is
but
describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case.
And again, like, she's the great defender of nothing. Candace Owens, everybody, the great defender of nothing. Because she isn't going to tell us what she thinks. She's just going to speculate on what isn't true.
is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
Everything you're doing is inference. Everything you're doing is inference.
So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is
theory?
It's the exact same way
He literally just said, what is your theory?
that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is
Oh my
overwhelming. When
God.
they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so
Yeah.
that I understand?
It's not a fact.
Yeah.
It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
No, I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this.
Explored. See, so she's again. I'm not gonna.
Preliminary was in the
but
inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm
Why
using
you
this
such
as
gullible
evidence that he could have
species.
been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody
Welcome
else
to the
had
mod
more
club. Don't abuse
DNA
it or you'll
presence
lose it,
on
my
that
guy.
gun than Tyler Robinson did.
great
So
one.
it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it is plausible
she's looking
that
real
somebody
stupid.
just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally...
Okay, great, awesome. So who did it? Well, I'm not gonna really. I don't know anything. What the fuck? Just fucking shut up. Go home. Fucking
That's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
Yeah.
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make.
Right. Okay. Fully agree. There can be 1,000 different options for anything in life. There can be 1,000 different possibilities for anything in life. You're trying to make the defense that this isn't the case. Then make the case that it's something else. And if you can't, then you're just a fucking grifter.
Sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court
Right.
process works.
So
Just so we're
if-
clear,
If
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence,
plausible
and they're
explanations,
inferring.
100
then,
plausible,
Candace,
yes,
why is it
right.
that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
Yeah.
I'm not saying
Why?
that we should go with the.
We shouldn't go with anything. We should just continue to argue and rebuke everything. This is what makes me so sad is that, like, if you can't understand fundamentally, like, debate language and, like, rhetorical infrastructure in your language, you're not going to be able to decipher what's going on here, and she's going to make you feel good. Because she never says anything unfactual at all, ever. Because she doesn't make an opinion. She just infers that anyone in the entire world about anything is wrong. Watch.
idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh,
just,
I thought that was the whole your whole claim
no,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like, I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right? To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they.
Right. What is your alternative theory? Do you see what I'm saying, guys? For the people that are smart enough to understand in the chat, and please let me know if you're smart enough to in the chat. Maybe we'll be able to get rid of all the fucking retards tonight. Because, like, that's what I'm getting at. She's not going to say a theory here. All that's ever been asked of her is, like, if you want to present an alternative theory with the evidence, what is that theory? And he's going, so Patsy, how are you drawing the conclusion that it's a Patsy? Who did do it then so that you can draw the conclusion that he was a Patsy? If he was still involved, how was he a Patsy? Well, I'm not drawing that conclusion. I'm just drawing the conclusion that he didn't do it. Then you have to draw an alternative theory. What is your alternative theory?
They have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe.
We don't need theories, we need reasonable doubt. That's not how the court system works. You're taking all of the hearsay that she's talking about, all the hearsay, and you have to make your argument for what happened. You don't get to go in the fucking room and go, actually, it didn't happen. The only person that gets to do that is the defense attorney when you are prosecuting somebody. But when you're going to prosecute a crime, you have to come up with a theory. Candace Owens is essentially just the defense of Tyler Robinson. You might as well call her up and just make her the fucking lawyer for Tyler Robinson. Because she's playing defense attorney. She's just saying, what are your facts so that I can dispute them? Through speculative argument. Okay, well, if you're going to speculate, then you have to draw your own alternative theory. That's why you're able to speculate, is because you would be drawing a theory that you can't just leave the dots unconnected. You have to connect them then if you're going to speculate and not say fact. And then she's like, no, I'm not speculating that there was a Patsy. I'm speculating that he wasn't the killer. What the fuck?
Actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was...
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't say
compelling
it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most...
Look at this dweeb on his fucking iPad trying to fact check shit and chat with people right there. Oh, okay, Candace Owens said fact check. We got to see if in any time in history, and you know there's people on Candace Owens' team that are like, yeah, in 2015, Andrew said blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, what the fuck? Is this a takedown? Or is this a debate over whether Charlie Kirk's killer was actually fucking Tyler Robinson? And if it isn't, and you're going to use inferred evidence, then please present your theory. I'm waiting.
I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was
More
actually
speculative
Hull,
fucking
David
bullshit.
Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
Why is that absurd?
That's how you...
It's absurd that somebody would change their shirt. What the fuck?
decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow, what a scientific...
she's really...
They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not...
They also have the same body profile. They said that they were wearing the same shoes when you speculated that a switch of shirt was meaningful enough to distinguish that they were two different people. They then said, we have a separate piece of evidence, which is they are wearing the same shoes. Then if you say, okay, they're wearing the same shoes, then you respond back, and then they're the fucking same fucking body height and language. Like, what the
these
fuck?
are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that.
Yeah, everything by itself is this is what I mean. You guys, oh man, I feel bad for the people that are on our side now, because it's like, yeah, she's spitting facts, she's fire, she's got it under. You're right. How crazy is that? Two people wearing Converse, as if that isn't one piece of a giant spider web of a case against one individual on one theory. As she won't build her own theory, and she'll dissect each individual piece of evidence under the construction of it by itself. Yes, it's speculative evidence. It's evidence that there's a photo here with him with Converse on. There's a photo here with a person with a different shirt on with Converse on. We think that that's the same person. Now, if you, the defense attorney, say, actually, that doesn't mean that that's him and he really wasn't actually there, then you as the defense attorney would have to show receipts from Tyler Robinson saying, actually, he wasn't really there. Otherwise, the speculative evidence would probably reign supreme under the theory pinpointed to the other 70 other fucking clues and points in your theory as to why he did it. Oh my God.
I'm just going to let people...
No shit. No shit. No shit. Two human beings could also be wearing Converse and look alike. But if they're taking those photos of those two people, they think it's the same person. They can use speculative evidence.
Okay.
Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But even if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition.
Right. It's exactly what I said. You have to spider web it. You're drawing that, but you're drawing that with everything else. You're drawing that with this subway stop is exactly where his car was located. Here's a photo of his car. Here's a photo of him. Here's a photo of him walking off of the roof. Here's a photo of him. She's taking the photo of him off of the roof that they're using and the photo of him by the Jeep that they're using and going, the only difference here is they're both wearing Converse. Yeah, but they're attached to two events that are the same person.
Have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with
I'm just going to let them go for a minute.
That's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
It's like, this is why Joe Rogan didn't do it, because Joe Rogan would be on the same way. He would be on the same wavelength as me. He'd be like, well, hang on now, Candace. Like, you're kind of being a little bit speculative. I'm allowed to be speculative. All right, then what is your theory if you're wanting to be speculative? Well, I don't have a theory. Okay, well, then you can't be speculative. It's that simple. Pat Patrick David just gooning himself over here, like being like, oh, yeah. Give me that $300,000. Let's do it again, guys.
The tweets of the 5, did you delete it or no?
No,
did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for, he said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car, it was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
So
but just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back
that
to
I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive.
there's no
I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was
Right. On
the
your
hard
Twitter,
evidence that convinced
not
you.
in front of you. Like, we're in front of each other. We're talking, having a conversation. She's trying to, like, character assassinate him
Overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said.
for clips.
That's not actually, in fact, what
And
happened
that's why
in
he's
that
saying that.
exchange.
He's like, if you want to spend your time doing this, go ahead.
I was here for it.
Yeah.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence,
Man,
to my
she
knowledge,
really made herself
that
look
I am
stupid.
actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is
I
convincing
can't
me of
believe they're going to
something
stay in the
otherwise.
room. I would have thought this would have just been like an hour long. At this point, it's like wrap it up. We're gonna still go 2.5 more hours on her. Like she's not even having a
Then
conversation.
what the state is presenting is evidence. That's
Just
my
character
position.
assassinating
That's what you're
tweets
asking
and
me.
shit. Like what the fuck?
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair to?
Oh my
like,
god,
to-
who
for me to-
cares? Nobody cares. Nobody but your fucking weird ass people that are gonna have clips of this tomorrow give a fuck. This is crazy.
Questions about that? That's
Is that
the
the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing
Yeah,
the claim
right,
that the evidence is
no.
overwhelming,
Exactly.
and this is a
It's
tweet
gonna
where
be
you
the
listed
first
what you
one.
thought was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right?
ex-
I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I
of,
never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's
gonna
what I'm
say, 'cause the
demonstrating is that you
FBI
permit
said so.
yourself to do it, and then you say
And
when I do it,
I'm
it's
not
a
a fucking
conspiracy.
FBI
right?
agent.
No.
Like, what the
How
fuck?
are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the camp.
This Andrew dude, what the fuck? Who is this guy? Well, he's a really fucking good, like highly intellectual debater who is destroying Candace Owens, and I didn't know he even existed until today. Pat Patrick David clearly paid $300,000 for the interview, so he's going to sit there in the middle and just be cucked. But that's where we're at, and Candace Owens is completely a retard, and we're only 40 minutes in. It's unfortunate.
Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, Andrew
I'm
Wilson.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it
pull
was
that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it,
think
if
And
you
that's
by the
haven't,
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he had
gonna see me on the staircase?
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mm-hmm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Well,
Okay.
because
So
you
let's
had a dream,
address
right?
those multitude of.
Well, that's weird to throw that back at him. He was making fun of you, saying that Charlie Kirk came to you in a dream, and then you're like, "Did that come to you in a dream?" And he's like, "No, I just know that." What the fuck? All right, Andrew Robinson, who is Paleo Christcon, is paleo conservative online debater and host of the Crucible. Before 2020, he worked as an industrial mechanic and advanced robotic mechanic at Michigan food meatpacking plants through on-the-job training, no college degree. He has also stated prior work as a gunsmith FFL holder. During the 2020 COVID lockdowns, he was furloughed. Frustrated with progressive positioning, positions, he began arguing online, mainly Facebook. Started crashing progressive panels, talk show streams, got invited on air, and performed strongly. Those appearances moved to YouTube, where he built a following through aggressive blood sport style debates. He later became a regular on the Whatever podcast. Oh, that's the one with all of the women that do like the OnlyFans and stuff. And launched his own show, The Crucible, his X account handle in March 2021.
Evidence is the first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he
texting.
didn't tweet it.
texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
the
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses.
And then just for fair share on Candace, let's go Candace. Candace is an American conservative political commentator, born April 29th, 1989 in West Plains, New York, and raised primarily in Stamford, Connecticut. Her parents divorced when she was young. She was raised largely by her mother and parental grandparents. Her grandfather, Robert Owens, was from North Carolina with a sharecropping background. She also has Caribbean heritage through her grandmother from St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. In 2007, as a senior at Stamford High School, she received racist death threat voicemails from white classmates, including the son of the mayor at the time. Her family sued the Stamford Board of Education and settled for $37,500. She attended the University of Rhode Island for journalism, but dropped out after her junior year. She then interned at Vogue magazine in New York and later worked at the private equity firm. Around 2015, she co-founded, become CEO of Degree 180, a marketing agency with a lifestyle blog that initially featured more liberal-leaning content. In 2016, she launched Social Autopsy, an anti-cyberbullying database project that faced significant backlash. Her public political pivot came in 2017. She launched a YouTube channel called Red Pill Black and posted a viral parody video about coming out as conservative. She quickly gained attention, criticizing the Democrats as one of the anti-Black Lives Matter movements. That year, she was hired by Turning Point USA, first as a director of urban engagement, then a communications director through 2019. She then pivoted to the Daily Wire after being fired and signing a non-disclosure. And then she was subsequently fired from the Daily Wire and then Blaze TV shortly after. She has also founded Blacksit, aimed at encouraging Black Americans to leave the Democratic Party.
He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time.
So guys, just for anybody that's actually went to college, we are sitting here listening to a man who worked in a steel mill his whole life until 2020 and then lost his job and then decided to just complain for a living on Twitter. And we're also listening to a woman that couldn't be bothered to go and get a journalism degree from a college. Instead, she would drop out and then just become an intern at Vogue. Okay, that's who's debating right now, all right, guys? But the third guy, our master debater, the cucking ritual of Pat Patrick David that we are currently watching, let's see who he is. Pat Patrick David is an Iranian American entrepreneur, author, media personality, and host of PBD Podcast and Value Entertainment. How he started. Born October 18th, 1978 in Tehran, Iran, to a Christian family. His family fled Iran as refugees during the Iran-Iraq War period. They spent time in a refugee camp in Ingler, Germany. Okay, so guys, just hold on, pause real quick. We're watching a debate over whether Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Israel or some giant conspiracy over Israel or the left and everything. And who's this sponsored by? Who paid for it? Who's the cucker in the middle? Iran. Man was born in Iran. I'm just saying, he could be a psyop. He wasn't born here. We're not supposed to do this. He can be naturalized, but he should not be controlling the media apparatuses of America. This could be a Manchurian candidate for Iran, exposing that we're all going to complain about how it's either Israel or the furries, and it's never Iran. Maybe Iran killed Charlie Kirk, as I have said 1,000 times on the show already. Maybe Iran, Pat Patrick David, killed Charlie Kirk. He graduated high school with a low GPA, 1.8, after a period of heavy partying and briefly working as a bodyguard for a Los Angeles cocaine dealer. He enlisted as the U.S. Army and served in the 101st Airborne. He briefly attended community college, then dropped out. All right, we're just going to... Guys, what the fuck am I watching? I am a college graduate. Or, like, what the... This man had a 1.8 high school, left it. The other guy lost his job during the pandemic, decided to just start complaining for a living. And then the black woman sued her way out of high school, dropped out of college, and went and interned for Vogue. That's what we're watching right now, people. If you are a person who went to college and got a degree, you are smarter than everybody in this room. I don't mean to like do the whole college degree thing, but I'm like, with these idiots, like I can't believe that we're like acting like we're such deep intellectuals over here. Oh, well, you're not debating correctly, and well, you're actually speculating here. None of this matters. These are a bunch of fucking retards. The lowest IQ is the guy in the middle fact-checking with his iPad on his own fucking podcast, 1.8 high school GPA, after getting the opportunity to leave Iran, only to bring us back into the room to distract us from what? To blame who? To blame Israel, to blame America. This is not an American problem. This is an idiot problem. We have a black lady that sued her way out of high school, a man who never got a job after 2020, and a fucking high school dropout 1.8 GPA motherfucker from Iran. What the fuck is this? And we're just, the great debate, everybody. The great debate. The great debate between the fucking three retards.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again,
why did I have to look that up? That just ruins this whole thing, man.
Which I have said many times. Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are.
College doesn't make people smart. That is what stupid people do say. A lot. And also smart people like me will say, college doesn't make you smart. But Jesus Christ, the college degree, at least you decided to do something. You're going to stand here on a national fucking stage and you couldn't even be bothered to get a fucking college degree? Charlie Kirk, at least the guy got shot, okay? At least the guy got shot, okay? He was out there in them streets, lunatic, all right?
Because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which, in my opinion, should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him.
Yo, guys, keep throwing names out in the chat. Right now I'm doing Charlie Kirk next for the bios, but let's find out who has the most education in this entire spider web. Here we go. Charlie Kirk was an American conservative political activist, author, media personality, and founder of Turning Point USA. Born October 14th, 1993 in Arlington Heights, Illinois. Represent! And raised in the nearby Chicago suburb of Prospect Heights. Represent! His father, Robert, was an architect. His firm worked for Trump Tower. His mother, Kathleen and Kimberly, worked as mental health counselors and earlier as a trader. He was an Eagle Scout. Dork. In high school, Wheeling High School, which is a huge high school in the United States, so I would say that's almost like graduating with a college degree, to be honest. Probably smarter than all three of these people in the room then, at least. He became politically active. He volunteered for the U.S. Senate campaign of Illinois Republican Mark Kirk, no relation, protested a school cafeteria price increase, and at the age of 17 wrote a Breitbart News op-ed criticizing what he saw as a liberal bias in high school economies textbooks. The piece led to his first Fox News appearance. He appeared to West Point, he applied to West Point but was rejected. In 2012, shortly after graduating high school, he met Tea Party activist Bill Montgomery. Montgomery urged him to skip college and build a conservative youth organization full-time. Kirk briefly attended Harper College, a community college in Illinois, before dropping out. At age 18, he co-founded Turning Point USA with Montgomery, initially using his graduation money. The group was created as a conservative counter to liberal campus organizations like MoveOn.org, focused on free markets, limited government, and organizing young conservatives to join Israel.
But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able...
It's just funny to see three non-college graduates speculate over how articulate they're being with their arguments. Like, you guys aren't even close to being lawyers. None of you are even close to being lawyers. I'm closer than all of you to being a lawyer. I'm closer to everyone in this room to being a lawyer. That's the point. That's what I'm getting at. It's not the college degree makes you smarter or something like that. It's like, these three people are speculating over a murder, and me, Alex Wagner, the human being, just watching this shit at home, I'm closer to getting a law degree than these three individuals. I would say Candace is probably second closest to getting a law degree. This other guy would have to spend a full 4 years, no credits. She has about 2 years of credits, so she probably got about an associate's degree worth of stuff. Whether that works or not, I don't know. Never mind. And then Pat Patrick David, good luck to him, because he graduated high school with a 1.8 GPA. Never looked back.
To also have,
and he was also from Iran. He's from Iran.
He's not in trouble. He
Bros
can
are Iran
and lie about
fucking conspiracy theory right here from the college graduate that is closer to being a lawyer than anyone else in this room. Pat Patrick David was born in fucking Iran. We don't trust non-natural born citizens for a fucking reason with our media. Iran is paying for this so that we can all listen and pay attention to the great debate between the three fucking idiots about our godly savior of Israel, Charlie Kirk.
anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because
praise Israel. Praise Israel.
In April, I believe April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th, 2026.
God damn it, Candace. I don't even care about the kids at all now. I'm totally done. Between you and then fucking Tucker ruining that Hunter Biden interview, I'm like, all right, whatever. Asmongold's being banned for his comments about kids or whatever. I'm like, I don't care about no Palestinian. I don't give a shit about a fucking single Palestinian. I am as right-wing as you can possibly make me at this point. It's like, are you really driving us into a corner the same way as, on Tuesday we have a primary show again, guys. We made $100 on betting against communism on Tuesday. This next Tuesday, I put in my bets just so that you guys know if you want to follow along. A few of you said that you wanted to put the same bets in on Kelchi. Put them in now. I put $5 that the House rep, Rich Fine, or whatever, Representative Fine, that Andy Fine, he's going to lose. He's paid for by AIPAC. It's a 2% shot that he's not going to lose. So it's only 2% chance that he's going to win. And then the other one that I put $5 on is Fishback. Because Byron Donalds has like a 98% chance of being the next governor of Florida. Inherently pro-Israel. And after watching this thing, I'm like, I get it. I get to pay my rent if Fishback and the Nazis win and we suppress AIPAC and we destroy it and woo, America first or whatever. But I'm kind of starting to be like, maybe Charlie was onto something. Maybe we should just praise Israel. Because these idiots are just full on retard. And I'm kind of like, fuck the Palestinians, fuck the Iranians, go Israel, suck a dick, Candace.
That is not compelling to me for somebody who has used
Because this is paid for
to
by
read
a
the
fucking
testimony.
Iranian op. The man is sitting in the middle of this fucking whole thing debate, being the arbitrator of all of it, is like, I'm the most American, was born in Iran. What the fuck are we talking about?
And to say, I'm not really sure.
Graduated with a
but definitely,
1.8
like, he wears
GPA.
jeans and stuff.
All three
That's
of
not
you
what he
fucking
He
never
did
went to
actually do a
college.
fact check on that.
Not even
Guy,
close to law
you should
school.
pull
Pull it up
more
if
than
you
that.
wanna. So a couple things we have.
Oh, okay. Couple of things from Iran, from the Iranian fact checker, from the man born in Iran. Just like, you can't make this shit up. Few fact checks from the man born in Iran representing America in the Charlie Kirk debate between two fucking high school dropout idiots.
We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages.
Oh, I'm sorry. This man graduated high school and then failed to have gotten a job for the last 6 years, so he just bitches on the internet now. And then Candace Owens over here sued her way through high school so that she could actually graduate.
That says it's not hearsay. But first,
All right,
go
okay.
to
Fact
what
check
Candace
from
is asking
fact check from Iran, everybody.
about
Fact
Skylar.
check
I
from
think you have
Iran.
it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
If you're gonna play into the conspiracy theories, like, come the fuck on. That's one right in front of you. The guy is born in Iran that is putting the event on. Like, we're done here. Like, oh, it's all Israel. Oh, it's all Israel. If it's all Israel, like, then let's start with Pat Betrick David was born in Iran. Let's start there.
Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage.
And Iran had a vetted interest in murdering Charlie Kirk and making sure that this war has to end in 2 years and not 10. Because if Charlie Kirk was president, he would be Captain Israel. And Captain Israel would make sure Iran was defeated. So,
Okay.
there you
I
go.
literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember.
Brought
this,
to you
and
by
I'm happy to
Iran.
have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I
Okay.
don't remember that from the
Well,
time
I'm just saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or
see how these fucking retards are reading this shit? You guys listen to me read the news at the top of the hour every day, and I'm like, oh man, I'm so stupid. I'm not a journalist. Like, all these other people, like, I'm not trying to be a journalist. I'm just trying to make fun of the news, and I'm fumbling these words, or I'm messing up somebody's fucking name or some shit. These people never even went to fucking college, and they're like speculating over the most advanced murder that we've seen in America with an Iranian op, bro.
has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence.
Oh, lunatic libertarian brings up a great point. He says, bro, I'm glad someone else is starting to see what is really going on. As a film guy, this is better than Wag the Dog, wouldn't you say? Absolutely. Wag the Dog is that's the movie, guys. And that's kind of what I'm starting to speculate. Like, if we're going to do a full Candace Owens style conspiracy theory, what you're saying here is that this podcast is a Wag the Dog for Israel or for Iran. This is to divert our attention away from Israel, away from Donald Trump, away from supporting either one of them, to say no matter what happens out of this, at least we remember that Charlie died and it could have possibly been Israel. And you really walk away from this and it doesn't really matter what side you're on. All that matters is that the show goes on. And who's the show going on for? It's going on for Iran. It's like literally right there. Also, another one, Snake Eyes. The actual assassination of Charlie Kirk and Snake Eyes, the parallels on that, yo. That one's fucking crazy. Shout out Nick
motive
Cage.
and testifying.
But Wag the Dog,
then
such a beautiful
wouldn't that mean
movie.
that a bunch of
Everybody
this
should watch
wasn't
that.
hearsay?
So many
so
things
the
are Wag
issue
the
with
Dog.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that
really
mean that
are.
a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
little
So the opposing
pseudo-micro
party,
Wag the
which
Dog.
down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine
Appreciate
him.
the super
So
chat
that
on the
is why his-
PayPal, y'all. Thank you so much for the super chat for the PayPal for the bets on Tuesday. We will lean in on more of those bets on Kelchi as well. You can throw your PayPal donations as well. gkstudioproductions@gmail.com. Shout out in the chat. Who was that? Who was that gave me that? Because I don't know. Your handle is different than it is.
Video testimony would not be accepted in the main
so I
trial.
can shout you out.
And what I said to you is
Appreciate
this
you.
entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Right.
yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, and that's I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402,
Just me.
some of those
Appreciate
parts were
you, my guy.
quite
Sounds like you're
scientific.
backtracking quite a bit.
Got you.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
we'll put
backtracking
10
at all.
on
Where do
it.
you feel like let me
We'll
help you.
leverage
Where
it.
do you feel like I'm backtracking?
Well,
It literally was done.
We'll do it
under
on
Utah's
Tuesday
1102.
after
Yeah,
beginning.
nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What
Wherever
the
we're
dispute
at.
was is whether or not
Right
most
now
of
we
it was-
have 5 on Fishback, and we have 5 on the guy like Andy something who's against Senator Fine. But both of them are AIPAC-backed like Republicans, and with this nonsense today being front and center, I don't know
It
on
was.
Tuesday.
Yes,
Okay.
that's a
Do we
fact.
think that Fishback has a chance on Tuesday?
Not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things
How
that-
many times did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102,
Bro
1102,
sniped
1102,
Bro
1102.
sniped the
And the reason
Fishback sniped iShow Speed live stream. Like, he is knowledgeable on the streets, but I just don't know I think the money's too much on him.
for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this
Mm-hmm.
stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with.
Okay, where is your hard evidence? I have yet to hear it. We are 50 minutes in. Also, I just hate even rebutting these people now because I'm just like, I feel like such a yuppie. I'm just like, I graduated college and all of you couldn't bear to do that. And the guy putting this all together had a 1.8 GPA in high school, and you're all speculating over the most advanced murder in American history. It has to be so nauseating to be a lawyer right now. To actually be a smart person. Like, think about all the lawyers, the actual people that passed the bar that are out there right now being like, these fucking idiots. That's all they hear.
What I'm watching, you are watching these states put
Minions,
on
including
a
me.
hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing,
hearsay. True.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature, there's a reason why they swear you in and they say you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't,
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay, under what we just read, right?
but the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you.
Hey, boyfriend. That's a she. Don't dead name. Learn what side you're on, Candace. Where did
That
you come
doesn't
from?
make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just
You
means
can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Again,
Yeah,
Alex,
and-
what does an acronym that BAR stand for? Probably fucking retarded or some shit.
And I
or
find
whatever.
it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
because
understand that
I
you
looked
could-
at
But
those
it,
blurry.
to me, again, it's the same thing as being a doctor. It's the rigor of the routine. It's the same thing as even having a college degree, especially with these people. There's no reason after 2020 that if this man wanted to actually better himself and better his life, that he didn't go and get a secondary education. There's no reason that Candace Owens couldn't finish her last year at school instead of getting the internship early. Like, there's no reason that Pat Patrick David couldn't come fucking as a Iranian off the boat, finish high school with better than a 1.8 GPA, It's about the privilege that they're all being given when they don't deserve it, because they never fought to actually get what the struggle was. This man lost his job in 2020. What was the struggle? Oh, I'll just go bitch on the internet and everybody likes me because I'm grifting for some other fucking goddamn Republican cause. Candace Owens, I'll sue my high school and get $37,000 because they're racist. And that's how I'll graduate high school. Pat Patrick David, I'll fucking have my mother and father bring me over here on a boat and graduate high school with a 1.8 GPA and then tell people to go to a conference where they can learn from me. It's the fundamental principle of getting through the struggle. And especially when it comes to a doctorate or a law degree or passing the bar, you have to actually get through that. Even a fucking college degree, I would say it's way easier. But that's what makes it so much more disgusting. That these people who have all in their past, in their lives, refused, failed, and then decided to grift instead of continuing to provide, like, to prosper. Like, none of these people chose to prosper. All three of these people chose the devil's money. They chose to reevaluate and then grift.
3 photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also wears, like, that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said.
He worked his channel from the ground up, and there was a blue-collar channel before. Exactly, I get it. But again, I've been doing this since fucking 2011. I haven't gotten to that level. Like, he blew up. He could have said, I'm not going to start a YouTube channel when I lose my job. I'm going to care about my kids and my wife. I'm going to go and get a fucking job at the gas station. I'm going to get a fucking HVAC license. I'm going to be a real human being. I'm not going to decide I'm a media mogul out of nowhere and start a YouTube channel and blah, blah, blah. Like, I've been doing this my whole fucking life. And then this fuck comes out and is like, well, actually, I worked a blue-collar job, so I'm relatable. Blah, 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 blah. Listen to me. Even though I couldn't go back to college, I couldn't get an HVAC license, I couldn't get a real fucking job, I'm supposedly blue-collar, and I'm going to say go get a real job. I'm going to have all of these inferences while also being a piece of shit that fucking literally didn't strive through my struggle. Same thing with Pat Patrick David. Parents brought him over on a fucking boat. What did he do? Swindles people out of money, telling them that he can educate them. He has a 1.8 GPA in high school and never went to college. Candace Owens literally sued and said that they're racist, got $37,000 from her high school in order to graduate high school. They're just like incapable of pushing through strife. Do you think every black person that ever had racism happen to them had the privilege of being able to sue the high school for $37,000? Do you think that every white man that ever lost his job in 2020 has the privilege of being able to just start a podcast from the ground up? Do you think that every Iranian off the boat has the privilege of starting a multimedia organization that spends $300,000 to create an Iranian psyop where we blame the Jews and blame the furries for Charlie Kirk's assassination instead of understanding that Israel is fucking king and Israel will reign supreme and Charlie Kirk was going to be President Israel King Supreme and now we all hate Israel?
Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things
That's
I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
So
characters.
anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted...
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my...
Debates where? Again, why is he... He is a fucking worker who lost his job in 2020. What? You're coming from a stance of privilege if you're like, I'm going to go down to Miami and I'm going to talk to bitches from OnlyFans about how they're shitty and I actually have better values now. Great, you worked your ass off. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm not saying it's not hard to go from podcast to podcast to podcast bullshitting with no fucking education about how you're some great fucking debater and create a channel from the ground up with a bunch of fucking goddamn Jew money from here and a bunch of fucking goddamn Jew money from there. Hey, American insurance, right? American insurance, right? Hey, healthcare, right? I'm sure there's not a single issue this guy isn't willing to talk about. He just fucking picked up his cell phone after losing his job in 2020 and just became an overnight success, guys. Wow, why didn't we all do that whenever we lost our jobs instead of getting another real job? Why didn't we all just think of just picking up our cell phone and bitching at some OnlyFans model in Miami? Man, it would have taken so much more courage than being a single dad that goes across the street and works at the gas station. It would have taken so much more courage to go bitch at the OnlyFans models in Miami than it would to have, raised a family by actually having to eat your own fucking words and bite your own fucking tongue around some liberal cucked boss. No. I have to speak out. I need to speak up. It's so much more courageous. It's so much more noble to sit at home after 2020 and still not have a job in 2026. You're still just a retard debating Candace Owens. And now you're having an Iranian retard that graduated with a 1.8 GPA, pay $300,000 for you to do it.
I am convinced on the case. That's bizarre.
What the fuck are we doing here,
like
people? America is dunzo. This is idiocracy.
The most overwhelming, and you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day?
I thought it was the White House.
Hearing
It's
that I was
not. It was
responding
this.
to.
The UFC White House was just the inferred incident. It was like, they're riding the motorcycles at the White House. The fucking place looks like a swamp. We're in a war with Iran. They're doing a cage fight on the White House lawn. No. We called up some retard that lost his job in 2020 and paid Candace Owens $300,000 to have an Iranian naturalized citizen with his goy slop feed us the great debate of the century. We're done. It's over. This is the last cash cow, guys. Get on it while you can. Choose your sides. Who killed Charlie Kirk? Was it the furries or was it Israel? Never say it was Iran. Brought to you by Iran, a literal man born in Iran.
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead, go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick
I don't know. I might be too close to that Ivy League level with my Columbia College Chicago fucking film and science degree. My credentials are I was a production secretary for Avengers Infinity War and Endgame and Kevin James's The Crew on Netflix. COVID happens, I go, fuck all this shit, and I go down to Florida. I start a streaming app called Envy. We sell that back for $100,000 to Tubi and Plex. I get pseudo-divorced. We were only engaged. Thank God I didn't spend the money on the wedding. I moved to Texas to Austin, and then I just kind of sit by myself until the Iran war starts, and then I'm like, oh, mobile live streaming? Actually, you can get a chat organically? Oh, fuck. Like, you mean you don't have to pay $100,000 to somehow supplement your come-up story? Which is why I can't stand all these people's come-up stories, okay? I've been fucking doing this. I've been a YouTube partner in YPP since 2011. That was 1 year into college, okay, for me, okay? You don't get anywhere unless you have someone backing you with a lot of money, putting your face on a billboard, putting your face in people's faces. It's fucking ridiculous that everybody acts like these people are, they just did it on their own. Nobody does it on their own, including Candace.
Or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also...
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Iran needs to take a water break.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's
from
the
who blamed Charlie Kirk's murder.
All of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
If you're okay, you don't pretend to be all knowing. That's more humbling. But also, Pat Patrick David literally takes money from Kelchi, says that it's not a gambling organization, to CoffeeZilla. Pat Patrick David has a thing where he literally tells you to come to his event and you will learn from him. If you're a humble individual, how would you say that you're learning from anything from somebody that has a 1.8 high school GPA and no other education? Fuck off. Pat Patrick David isn't humble. Pat Patrick David is a grifter who just sells you fucking tickets to his events. Just like Gary Vee. Most of his money comes from like this app where you literally pay to text him. Called like mentorship or some shit. Where people pay like $50 to text Nick Fuentes and text him and text Candace Owens and text fucking Andrew Wilson here. Ooh, do you got a question for Andrew Wilson? Don't drop a $5 super chat on the rando and try to support the, actual independent fucking show that's just there because he's part of the industry and always has been, and he's just having fun here. No. Let's pay $50 in Pat Patrick David of a 1.8 GPA high school college degree or fucking high school degree from Iran off the fucking boat will answer your question for $50. But remember, he's a humbling individual who never acted like he knows it all. He just wants you to pay $50 for his 1.8 GPA high school education response to your question. People want to talk to me.
Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Thank you.
Why don't we watch the ads?
Guys, nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called Taipei. They remained through the Roman Empire, the Crusades,
let's see where these
the
ads
Ottoman
come
Empire,
from,
and
guys.
countless changes of power. Today, that Christian presence is in serious danger. One father in the West Bank put it simply. He said, quote, "I don't want to leave. My family is buried here. My church is here." In Taipei, the church is more than a place of worship. It's a school, a medical clinic, a food distribution center, and a safe gathering place for families. When the church can no longer serve the community, families begin to leave, and a living Christian presence in the Holy Land begins to disappear. But you can help. Just $35 provides a full day of protection and support for vulnerable Christian families. And
Okay, do you see this? This is literally the same exact thing as Cars for Kids. If you look up 1877 Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, they take your fucking car, they sell it, and then the proceeds go to people being able to go and visit Israel that are American citizens. What is she literally putting her ad out for? Give $35 to support Christians in the Middle East. To her American audience. Also, who owns this? Jason Jones. So this is who owns Candace Owens' voice, guys, by the way. Because, again, I am independently founded, independently structured, no sponsors whatsoever. That's why we're able to even read these things out loud. Throw those super chats. Help support the show. Hit that join button. Become a comrade. Become a bureaucrat. Get all 20 of my feature films plus 300 sketches in your inbox right now. If we don't have sponsors like BetterHelp or Black Rifle Coffee, we get to do things like this right here. Candace Owens is bought and paid for by her own verbal commission. Jason Jones, the founder and president of Vulnerable People Project. VPP is a U.S.-based Catholic-inspired nonprofit, blah, blah, blah. Jones, a film producer, author, activist, U.S. military vet, and podcast host, launched expansive projects of major relief works in response to the Afghanistan crisis and has been publicly identified as the founder and leader in news coverage of the Catholic News Agency, the CWR News Agency Report, and the EWTN. So those are the things that Candace will not speak negatively of. She will speculate, but she will never speculate against the Catholic News Agency. She will never speculate against the Catholic World Report. And she will never speculate against the EWTN. Need I run more?
$3 a month can
we
help
already know who
that
Pat
protection
Patrick David
throughout
is.
the
That's
month.
just fucking
I support
Iran.
the Vulnerable
Straight
People
from the mouth.
Project because 93% of every donated dollar goes directly toward protecting vulnerable families and communities on the ground. If preserving a living Christian presence
Don't say
in the Holy
anything
Land
bad
matters
about
to
Catholics.
you, visit vulnerablepeopleproject.com. Again, that's
If you're a
vulnerable.
Baptist and you don't believe in like Catholicism, don't ask Candace about her opinion on that.
Project.com.
She's bought and paid for.
All right, you guys, do you feel like you're working harder than ever but still falling behind every month?
we got
Between
even
grocery
more.
prices, bills, and credit card debt growing, it can feel impossible to get ahead. Minimum payments aren't designed to get you out of debt. They're designed to actually keep you stuck. But PDS debt can help. They can reduce up to half of what you owe on credit cards, personal loans, and medical bills, and it starts with a free 30-second assessment
sure it's all good,
at
right?
pdsdebt.com/Candace.
That's why it's the second
Stop
ad.
juggling multiple payments and get one lower monthly payment. The savings begin the day that you complete the quick
She's not talking
assessment.
badly about that.
If you're
She's
carrying
not
any
talking badly
balance on
about
your credit
that.
cards, it's costing you money every single day.
your
There's
fucking
no
mouth
minimum
goes
credit
dead,
score that's
right?
required. PDS Debt is the top-rated company in the industry with thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating on the BBB. So get your free
There's something
30-second
wrong, she will.
personalized assessment
What
today
makes you think
at
that? That's the fucking. That's the
pdsdebt.com/Candace.
retardation of people that don't understand how the industry works. Once you get a sponsor, then you become famous, and once you have a platform, then, like Dave Chappelle said, they tell you what you're supposed to say. Okay? PDS Debt is a debt settlement, debt relief company operated by Purity Financial. Owners, Jeffrey Allen. Jeffrey Allen is the owner and co-founder and the CEO. Jeffrey Allen's controversies related to the Jeffrey Epstein Island. Oh!
Yes.
Oh
I'm at
no!
pdsdebt.com/Candace.
Oh my
I was going to tell you
God!
guys about the wellness company because right now
The CEO of your debt relief place is tied to the Jeffrey Epstein Island, Candace. They do unsecured debt loans of up to $10,000. Unsecured, guys. Unsecured debt loans. Okay, all right, there you go. What's this one? There's a wellness company?
probably heard
okay,
that
it's
there was
probably
an explosive
wellness, probably
outbreak in the
Wagner,
U.S.
right?
this summer. More than 18,000 confirmed and suspected cases of cyclosporiasis have now been nationwide, and Michigan health officials have confirmed the first 2 United States deaths associated with that outbreak. The CDC says the illness is caused by cyclosporiasis.
Nick is a really, really tough one to pin down because Nick is actually the only one. I'm trying to think. I feel like Andrew Callaghan and Tyler Oliveira, both of them, tend to not, like, they'll get rid of a sponsor. They won't say anything bad about a sponsor if they have the sponsor in the video, but they'll get rid of a sponsor or the sponsor will take them down and then they won't have that sponsor anymore and they'll just cover the coverage. You have like Nick Shirley and Nate Friedman, they would just take the check. Same thing with Candace Owens. So there's a little bit about moral integrity. When it comes to Nick Fuentes, literally, like, it was mostly post-January 6th donations. And then after that, because he got so famous, it's actually like Priority Report. It's almost what Pat Patrick David gets famous off of, but in reverse. So what Nick does is you watch a show, it's 20 to 50,000 people. And then at the end of the show, he has your comment read out loud as long as you pay at least $20. Well, there's somebody, I don't know if you saw when we were watching him do his super chats on his last show, somebody literally was like, hey, you got to do this armband, man, blah, 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 blah. You got to buy this type of armband. And the person paid $2,000 and he just goes, well, okay, maybe settle down, man. But you could have just sent me a text on that and just given me a free super chat. But like, we're good. And so I think he's living off the super chats, but so is Pat Patrick David with his mentorship text. I don't like either one of those. You're trying to offer something that isn't really offerable.
Fresh produce.
But I get it. It's like you got to make money somewhere, right? You got to make some money somehow.
If you get sick, the CDC recommends Bactrim. That's why the wellness company created the medical emergency kit with generic Bactrim plus 7 additional prescription medications to help treat more than 25 common illnesses and medical emergencies, all prescribed before you need them. Getting your kit is simple. You complete a secure online medical questionnaire.
And then if
it's approved
these
by
guys, the wellness company, they're tied directly to RFK and the Maha
physician.
movement.
Your
So
kit ships
basically,
directly
she
to
is
your
literally
door.
tied
So don't
to
wait until you're sick to wish that
indirectly
you were
to
prepared.
Trump.
Visit
But, she's here to fight them,
twc.health/Candace
right?
and use code Candace at checkout
Nick is an
to
asshole?
save up to $45 off plus free
have our
shipping.
opinions.
That's twc.health/Candace. Kits are available for United
Probably
States
one of the
residents only.
Realist.
Okay,
Just
we're
I don't
back.
like politics that
Fantastic.
deeply. Like he's like.
I think
gets
we're
so
back.
fucking in there
By the way,
sometimes.
just an FYI for those of you that are watching the Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media.
I know. The mainstream media hates when Iran posts a fucking video on YouTube.
hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now.
Oh, they hate it. They hate it. The fucking Team Israel America hates when Iran does these conversations, guys.
Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
3
that
idiots
sounds
in a
fair.
room.
Okay, so yeah, I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the
All right, we're going to keep the audio rolling on this, guys, but we're going to go into the next hour 3 of our show. It starts pretty soon here. We're going to have another runoff. Marco Rubio advances to the next round here.
evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars
Stay with us.
are,
Double tap. Hit
this
that
is
like
going
button.
to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally
Why
what
should
the
I
point
question
is
them?
of a probative hearing.
Oh my God, no. No, why should I question the text messages? What's wrong with the text messages? At least be speculative. What are you doing?
Defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant
No news is
portion
news.
of
It's
what
all fake, but we were watching for the hell of it. Facts.
the defense
welcome
did
to
do
No
was
News is
actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being
yeah.
is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
Yeah, but do you see
fascist.
how that's intuition?
That is, I
Yeah.
am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say
I
the
think you
COVID
got-
vaccine.
So now she's gotten to intuition, and she's admitting that she's going to move away from the intuition and into the facts. But first, she wants you to let you know that you have to stay in your intuition. She's losing this thing full-handedly. But also, like, and maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the thing is this guy might be kind of legitimate. I mean, I know Patrick Bet David's fucking bullshit, so I'll give this guy a chance. The Crucible, right? The Crucible? The Crucible. Go follow and subscribe to The Crucible, guys. Help this motherfucker out.
Vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it. I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But
now,
hang on.
when I said
Let
parking
me
it aside-
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond.
Okay, wait. So, I'm just going to So this guy, he's like, it's the LGBTQ furries. Candace is like, it's Israel. And the person sitting in the middle of them was born in Iran.
On to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine.
Those are just facts. Now you guys go ahead and speculate. I don't need to do the Candace Owens things. I'm just going to give you guys 3 facts here. This man is defending LGBTQ furries, curries, the Indian furry. All right, so this man is defending Charlie Kirk being assassinated by LGBTQ furries. Candace Owens is essentially taking like the speculative approach of saying, it might be the Jews. And the person sitting in between them is born in Iran. Okay, there's no speculation to those things. Those are just facts. And now you guys speculate.
Not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science.
What's really
that
going
wasn't just
on
intuition.
here?
That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign.
Now you're drawing speculation from that. Like,
by the way,
annoying.
Another element of that is why people
step
don't feel
it
good about
up.
the Charlie
Start
thing. Why do we have so many
bro.
influencers saying
Iran
things?
just
It's
over
over.
here
Why are you guys all
fucking
using
fact-checking on
the
his
same
computer,
adjective? Can you switch it up?
hacking into
I'm
the system.
overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like Fed
compelling.
slop?
I think this should go.
Kind of like the fence slop. Now they're both doing it. I'm about to unsubscribe to you already, my guy. Now they're both doing it. First it's Fed slop. Now it's defense slop. Guys, it's goy slop, and if you guys don't have the balls to say it on the air, then shut the fuck up, all right?
Like Fed slop?
It's all
I
goy
found some parts
slop. This
compelling.
entire thing is goy slop. This entire thing is goy slop produced by Iran, which is crazy. But there's only one thing. Like, you can't just add slop to everything. You fucking retard uncle motherfuckers.
Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would
Bitch is never going to say goy slop on the air either. Neither one of these motherfuckers would ever say goy slop on the air. They're like, no, that infers that I'm anti-Semitic. And I'm not actually anti-Semitic because the Catholic Foundation wouldn't like me saying that. Or whatever the fuck Andrew's getting his money from.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not
Hate speech is
overwhelming at
protected.
all.
It is free speech.
Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting
literally
aspects. This
protected.
was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well, they're
overwhelmed.
trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I
How
said,
do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the
How
substance.
do you know that?
Parking
Exactly. You're like, parking all of that aside, parking the last hour and 55 seconds aside. Let me speak.
aside. Parking aside, just a general intuition that some might be second messages. Then
All right, the blame the Jews one is really annoying. Let's not go with that one ever again, all right, guys? The blame the Jews one is like, these people, the Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, the blame the Jews, they making me feel like putting a yarmulke on. They making me feel like putting the fucking yarmulke on, all right? Like, it's starting to get ridiculous. They're so bad. I mean, if I have to go with a team, I'm going Team Furry, but I think I'm just going to go Team Iran, Patrick
look at the
Bet-David.
filings, which came from
Born
the
and
defense,
raised.
and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution
Who
and we
did
have
it?
requested all of
Hey,
this stuff.
Patrick, who do you think did it? I don't really have opinion here. I'm born in Iran.
In discovery. yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you.
I just hate how people talk. It's not even interesting. It's just quarreling, confusing slop. Like, yeah, well, I don't like that kind of. Hey, some free speech is not free speech. He got it. He got it. Nice job, Matthew. You did it. He got it all the way on there, including the S. My guy.
You, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me.
Wait, I gotta judge our mods on that real quick. Okay, I did 24 hours. I want to tell you guys I was proud of that. I did 24 hours. I'm also proud of Mike for doing 24 hours. I'm starting to question y'all. Okay, TBI with your 600. And then Two Gun Cohen being real nice with 300. Woof. Oh my.
Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his
could
Apple?
be, but that would be
George could be sending text
speculative,
messages
you
right now.
fucking
We are married. He
weirdo.
has
What are you
every
doing?
login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt.
Just to clarify the hate speech, real speech, in the Supreme Court case, they said speech that demeans on the base of race, ethnicity, gender, religion, age, disability, or any other similar ground is hateful, but the proudest boost of our free speech, justice, is that we are protected the freedom to express the thought that we hate. Quote, the thought that we hate, guys.
Out with common sense.
For that
he
guy
may
that got the
come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my.
I even have to retrain myself not to say faggot, okay? I have to do that because I'm pretty sure it's not allowed or whatever.
My phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have capability because my husband does it. He has capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from.
Hey, I mean, this is purely a joke, okay? Okay, YouTube censors, this is purely a joke, but I'm just saying, maybe we have too many colored people in charge of the investigation. Candace?
Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually
I'm saying you're black and Kash Patel is something. So if we're all just inferring and drawing conclusions out of thin air, out of that are just speculative of I don't even know what.
From his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad
I'm a Jew and I think Goy Slap is hilarious.
sniffer.
Welcome to the mod club.
Messages. I want to make sure that yes, it was actually him.
Granted
he was
yourself
holding
access.
his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was
more
home.
Jewish
Lance was his
overlords
boyfriend.
in our
That
mod
is
club,
a
too.
crucial fact
Get
here.
us some money or something.
That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I
recap the rules for the mod club: 5-minute timeout for anything that's just pissing you off. And then a 24-hour ban only for breaking 1 to 3 whirls. Billboarding, which is what that guy was doing. That's what I'll say that guy was doing. He was billboarding, all right? Spamming or death threats. Other than that, keep it going.
Unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smart.
Somebody in the comment section says maybe we have too many white people not being investigated enough. Exactly. This is the kind of questions that Pat Betrick David, who was born in Israel, was born in Iran, want us to be asking, okay? He wants us to be asking questions like, maybe if there were more whites being investigated, then the blacks wouldn't have to take the investigations. Maybe the Jews were in charge of the Charlie Kirk. Maybe Erica Kirk was a demon god sent from the spawn of Satan. All of these questions and more answered on your next episode of Pat Betrick David, Man Born in Iran.
Than to write a full-fledged confession.
Buddy Flag, he's a Christian.
I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide, and
Charlie
but he
Kirk's
said he
dead
wanted to get
body
away with
is.
it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire. I'm in this surveillance footage, and I'm here, and I'm wearing my Converse. You know, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case,
that's why that person, again, he got banned for billboarding. He did not get banned for saying the N-word. If he wants to type the full N-word out on his own account and get himself banned through YouTube's community policies, he's rightful to do so. I'm not regulating that language. That's not up for me. That's up for the community service of YouTube to do. The only regulated language we're doing here is billboarding, spamming, or death threats.
That you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that, and if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk, and we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
Yeah.
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah. No. How do you?
You gotta watch the show, bro. What? She's like, you gotta watch my show, and then the guy in the middle is like, I don't know. I'm just Iran. I'm just here for Iran. You guys go at it. Jews or fucking transgenders, just don't look my direction. Don't look at Pat Betrick David spending $300,000 as a man born in Iran. Why are we allowing this guy to be platformed in America like this? This man is literally paying to trash the #1 murder case in America on American soil while we're at war with Iran, while being born in Iran. Naturalized citizen, my asshole.
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source.
It's time to go back to pro-World War II, y'all.
So there's no way for us to
guy
verify
needs to go to
what
the
you're saying
camps.
right now is actually even
That's what
true.
I'm saying.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm
I'm just doing what the
What you're doing
So
prosecution
do
is
I,
a
but
cool
it's getting me
story.
the views,
You're giving-
just like Iran.
Hang on.
You think that Pat Betrick David likes sitting here and not talking? All that man does is fucking talk. The only reason he doesn't like talking is he's like, wow, look at those views. Wow, look at those views. Even when they come back from the commercial break, he's like, hey, we got 200,000 in the live chat over here, and then we got over here, and double tap and hit them like buttons for Iran. Thank you. And back to, is Israel or the furries responsible for Charlie Kirk's death? Don't look at me. I was born in Iran.
You must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason...
I'm sorry, that's the real fucking story here. Is that it's the battle of the furries versus the fucking Jews. Paid for by man born in Iran.
Haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that
You're not stepping in.
If it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
So,
What am I wrong
so
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear,
What am I wrong on?
where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said
I
there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can pull them up.
No,
and yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
do know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't.
It's complicated. It's not complicated. Iran paid for Candace Owens and a retard to sit down and give us some goy slop, and we all fell for it.
Have
not
statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber
It's not
Robinson was
complicated.
interviewed that night by a
Was
Fed,
it the
separate
Jews or the
rooms.
furries?
Tyler
Don't
Robinson
blame
was interviewed by a
Iran.
Fed.
Brought to you
They did not
by
produce statements
Iran.
saying my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought
Y'all
up
gotta go
is
watch
Mike
Wag the
Mitchell.
Dog.
Mike Mitchell is the
understand.
biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the
But we don't know who
person
Mike
wrote up
Mitchell
the
is.
report
We
that night,
asked
and it was
for
Brian
Mike
Davis
Mitchell,
who
and Mike
wrote up
Mitchell
the
wouldn't
what
arrive
became
when
the
he
charging
Mike Mitchell.
document. He after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. It never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
I'm just glad that we did research on these people before we went really deep into this. Because now y'all know what I'm watching and what we're understanding here. 3 complete retard grifters talking about something they have no fucking bearing over because none of them are even close to a law degree. And also, Iran might have killed Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do
Bomb
have
Iran,
evidence.
And I'm
exactly.
saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and
Yes.
the other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
back.
Okay. Iran wants to know which phone would you like? You're fucking nuts.
Kathy first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't
In
get her
what
client's phone.
world?
Yeah, and then I think
In
we'll go
what
to
world?
if you're
Nothing
okay with
not-
that.
Would
thing
we
not in
trust
dispute.
this motherfucker?
These are all things that are not
I'm
even
just a
disputed.
Christian.
Because we don't
And
know
I
it.
gave
we
me yours
never
an
get
infant.
to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, you were.
I'm
I
not
was just
loyal
providing
to
an answer. We were
Iran.
coming back in
There's
from
no
a
such
break
thing as
because
a
you were
splinter
talking
cell.
about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. you don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the
else.
parents fact check.
So I was saying, I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a
I'm just sorry. I got to point this out again, guys. For all those that are acting like it's a wild, funny, crazy, hilarious theory that I'm like, this man was born in Iran and he's running this show right now. And we're going to all act like he's an American patriot, like fucking Republican or something. As he platforms literally the Jews versus the furries, who was really behind Charlie Kirk. Need I remind you that every single person against illegal immigration that's in the chat would say, we need to stop these Chinese anchor babies. They're going to come over here and take over and they're going to vote and they're going to become candidates and they're going to run things for China. And yet we're supposed to believe the narrative that Pat Patrick David came with his parents from Iran as Christian refugees when he was an infant. And he just happened to go into the U.S. Army and he had a 1.8 GPA and then he just happened to decide that he really cares about American politics and he just happened to decide that he wants to interview Candace Owens versus this guy about the Jews versus the furries and Charlie Kirk. In any other decade, this man would have been on a fucking military tribunal. But we live in retardation land where we're like, oh, well, Pat Patrick David's a right-winger, and he's friends with Joe Rogan, and he actually gave us a lot of money, and Couchy this, and Couchy that.
gift.
It's
As a
fucking
result,
up!
Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages.
And here's proof. Yes, Iran. But let's get back on his
did
face
not
first.
respond, however.
Next time that we
Robinson's
see
father
Patrick
spoke on the phone
David's
with
face
Robinson.
when we do
Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote
Now, this is nuts. This is nuts. That's just nuts.
a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very
He
shady that they
defended
decided to
Verizon
bring.
stealing
Why aren't the
American
parents
data.
disputing
Exactly.
that?
No, no.
It's like
Well,
you let
first
it
off,
out
that's
every
the
once in a
question
while,
I've been
but
asking.
why is his interest this? He 1.8 GPA in high school, and his interest is to go and fight post 9/11 for America, and then go and do podcasts and shit after being in the military to be a part of our political influence as a foreign-born national, whether it was as an infant or not. And then the country he's coming from is one of 3 countries in the world, Russia, China, and Iran, that literally does this.
Parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they
Rogan's
have a
controlled by
legal
Iran?
team
No, Rogan
that is
didn't
going
wanna
to be
be
advising
here with a
them
bunch of
not to speak
retards,
to the court because
clearly.
your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source?
This is like retard slop.
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I don't-
else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media this
yes.
is not true?
All right, here we go. So this motherfucker, this fucking Iranian fucking splinter cell, clearly. Yes. Iran has used refugees and asylum systems to place or recruit spies in Western countries, specifically the United States. But there is little public evidence of them doing so with directly infants. The lowest ages that we have caught so far are from the 80s and 90s, as young as 3 years old. Okay. But, he came as an infant and he's a Christian. He's a, Remember, asylum seekers. And then the Republicans will be like, fuck the asylum seekers, they're spies. Okay, and then you go and you listen to Patrick David, literally born in Iran, came over here as an asylum seeker from Iran. No, sir. Documented Iranian practices involving refugee asylum seekers. Iranian intelligence operatives have repeatedly exploited refugees and asylum processes in Europe and elsewhere. In the UK, Iranian refugees granted asylums have been facilitated by the Iranian embassy in London and return home insulated. Once back in Iran, they are often blackmailed or persecuted into mosques and then returning back to Britain. There is also concrete cases of Iranian asylum seekers later charging with spies or espionage as young as 3 years old inside of the United States. This is because their splinter cell activity was broadcast or made public through direct terrorist actions post 18 years old or older. So again, because they went the radical route.
That I just said.
But then this guy is doing the podcast for us, guys. He didn't do the radical route. He actually is on our side. He's an American. He's an American now. Huddled masses and all from Iran, pro-Iran.
I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to
Not
you, but
produced
wouldn't
by
just go to the
Israel,
media and be
produced
like,
by
actually,
fucking
that's all
Iran.
wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And,
This mother.
What hard proof is there that Iran was to kill Charlie Kirk? The hard proof would be that there is literally CIA documentation that they tried to execute Donald Trump. So then I would build a speculative argument that Charlie Kirk, who literally dethroned the Iran deal through Turning Point USA, when he had Ted Cruz and Nick Fuentes shake hands with Donald Trump at a 5-minute convention speech on September 9th, 2015. Go look it up if you want. That Charlie Kirk was essentially in line of session to continue for Israel. So if they couldn't get Donald Trump after their third attempt on his life as Iran, then their next attempt would be to take down the person that they think next would be in support of the Israel-Iran war. And that would be Mr. Charlie Kirk. As for Israel killing Charlie Kirk, I don't know. Israel's retarded, and I love black ladies, and you're racist if you don't think Candace Owens is smart.
Especially when your son
If I thought that my
was
kid
up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements.
They only know how to talk their own way out of reality.
It's him saying, the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this.
They're all really
putting
good
together
at
context
talking their way out of reality.
If the state
I don't know that
had
Andrew is
on,
necessarily. Here's the thing: is I don't know that this Andrew guy is necessarily a bad actor. And even when you look at it, like, what did he do? It was like they're pushing you to go and like subscribe to him and stuff. Patrick David is clearly an Iranian op. He was born in Iran. I'm not going to trust anybody that's born somewhere else. No, period. Especially when we're at war with that country. Period. No. 47 years we've been at war with Iran, and I'm supposed to believe that the man that was born in Iran has our vetted interest as Americans? No. And he's the one that put up the $300,000, and he's the one that's not doing any kind of moderating as the moderator, but instead just sitting there behind his iPad, letting them sell out their goy slop. Candace Owens, we already looked into this because she read her first advertisements, and she's paid for by a CEO who's tied to the Jeffrey Epstein's Island, and then also a Maha movement with RFK, and then the Catholic news organization of the world. So, like, they all have their little bits. I don't know that Andrew necessarily is playing anything other than just trying to get himself more popular, make himself more money, but at the end of the day, somebody's going to be paying for that, whether that's like the shooting range or Black Rifle Coffee or whatever else. He has to be placing a placement on something.
100%
That's why you end up in these
that
conversations
Matt
where it's
Robinson
just like,
and
it's
Amber
not really
Robinson
getting
said
anywhere.
it. A 5-day preliminary.
That's what makes Joe Rogan so much more interesting. And every once in a while, even to this day, you could turn on a certain episode of Joe Rogan and you might be able to get an actual gem. And it's because if the moment is right and he doesn't want to, he's never really going to attack anybody. But if he's able to, in a conversation, really point out something that is strange, it gets caught because it's just him and Jamie. And there's nobody editing it going, make sure you don't say rape and make sure you don't say suicide and make sure you don't say this and that. And then we're going to cut to an ad break here and then we're going to go do this and then we're going to go do that. If you ever watch an episode of Joe Rogan, when they do those fucking call to ads, it just cuts into the middle of the episode. Because again, it's just still him and Jamie. And that's all you can do if you're going to fundamentally keep the authenticity of your platform. But this is no different than a fucking Fox News sit down, except they don't have to cut to commercial break every 5 minutes.
Here would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're no. They're not allowed to. Or?
See, that's the thing though. Is like as much as I want to hate him because I hate this platform and I hate what is going on, and I really can't stand Patrick David or Candace Owens. I don't think he's a bad actor, or he isn't yet. He hasn't shown himself as a bad actor at all. He's just kind of just combative to her bullshit.
In a preliminary hearing, the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So
Mysterious Stranger says that Joe Rogan had Andrew Wilson on this podcast talking about this exact topic because the Iranians. What do you mean? What are you inferring by because of the Iranians? I haven't seen his episode on JRE, but what are you inferring
in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago?
That I'm right or that I'm wrong?
Like what you're doing
just
at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason why there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough.
She's a law master. That's why she never even graduated college because she's the master of the law.
You know what the laws are on the books, and this file.
She's the master of the law. She's the lady that when she gets arrested, she goes, "No, you can't arrest me. I'm a sovereign citizen." This is the black lady sovereign citizen right here.
Filing is defective, and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Right.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence.
And she doesn't have a theory that she foundationally is going to tell anybody anything about or even say anything that might make her not true. So then the minion audience, the 50%, the low IQ 50% of America goes and watches her and goes, she tells the truth. She never lies. She never lies. And she's telling us we should ask questions. And I'm asking questions. Okay.
Right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that
Well, she is a clear paid op, but she's paid op by three things: a CEO that is directly tied to Jeffrey Epstein's island, Maha and RFK's movement, and the United National Catholic Foundation or the United Catholic News. So basically anything that's Catholic news.
doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not
you can't even infer what you're saying. Are you saying that the Jews did it? No. Are you saying that this happened? No. Are you saying that this happened? No. And so on and so on. Forever and ever and ever.
Just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that. Okay.
I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't.
This dumb bitch is just fucking toasted. Roast her the fuck up now.
I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the
lecture?
state is allowed to use.
What
This is what my
It literally said you just inferred and inferred and inferred, and you didn't say what you're inferring. And then she just goes, "Why'd you give me this lecture?" Okay.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at the
funny.
gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. And
That is not
I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not
really
whether or not
smart. He really
you
is.
feel that you're convinced by this evidence,
But you felt like you were
right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew,
Also
why
looked
are
him
you
up.
convinced
He
by
doesn't even
this?
have
I can
sponsors.
give you my
He's
reasons
mostly
why I'm
super
convinced
chat
by
based.
it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced.
Throw that
You could
super
even
chat in
say,
there. Help
but
support
Andrew, I'm
Canada.
just not convinced by it.
Come on now.
If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into
Okay.
that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing
Straight here from Iranian media now.
showing defense
The Iranian
had
is
full
speaking.
discovery by April 1st.
Pure-blooded
They did not.
Iranian is
That's not
speaking.
true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
They did not. That is not true. Wait. What did they just fucking destroy her on there? Hold on.
Be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip.
Oh my God, lady. All right, so I just wanted to bring this up just for curiosity's sake, like because these people act like they're just so fucking free to speak here. I want to give you an example of what each one of these three individuals couldn't say if they said this out loud, like whether they believe it or not. If they said this out loud, they wouldn't be allowed. Like they would be homeless. They would no longer have a platform. Okay. The first one is Candace Owens. If Candace Owens said out loud to her audience, abortion is a fundamental human right and preborn style crisis pregnancy centers are manipulative and should be defunded, she would lose all of her money and she would not be working. Okay? So basically she is pretty much funded by the wellness company, preborn, and a bunch of birth pro-life stuff. Okay, like female pro-life. Andrew Wilson, the statement he couldn't say, biological sex is not binary. Transgender identity is valid. Christians who refuse to affirm it are bigots and deserve social consequences. So basically, if he said there's multiple genders, if Andrew Wilson said there's multiple genders, he would lose. And the reason he would lose is because he is mostly self-funded through super chats and memberships on his YouTube channel and others. Right here, guys. Right here. Become that. I promise I'll stick to two genders. I'm not going to switch on that one, nor is Andrew Wilson. But because of that predominantly male, white Christian audience, Saying something of this magnitude would most certainly deplatform his super chat membership structure and lose him votes. All right, and then Patrick Bet-David. He is not allowed to say, capitalism is fundamentally explosive and we should move towards heavy wealth redistribution and government control of major industries. Pat Patrick David is pretty much predominantly owned by Yankee stake entrepreneur audiences, Volt capitalism, and the structural need for people to sell their priority. Without a capitalist-first approach, PBD would not be able to run his conventions where he grifts those that he works with and members into buying into his ideology on sales.
Because that's from there. So
Pat Patrick David can't talk shit about capitalism. Candace Owens can't talk shit about abortion rights. Fucking Andrew Wilson, if you really bend it, he basically can't start saying, actually, there's 30 genders.
They were basically saying you don't need it at
Rightfully so. If you believe there's 2 genders, super chat me $10 right now, please. Come on.
this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
just
documents.
show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right, great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be
no, she doesn't
overwhelming
wanna
was
get into
hearsay.
that
That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted
no, you
to
can.
question you on
no,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your,
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence
what you've
and dive
actually
into
said.
Well,
it.
just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
part- this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating
Main
that all of
substance
the,
of the debate.
quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
Well, you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding
Nobody's giving
on
a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk
Now you don't wanna be
assassination,
dodged
which are
from.
far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are
I
the
do
things
that.
that
I also am
get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about
it's
Erica Kirk,
opinions
if you want
now.
to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What-
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question.
And let me just pull back 1 second on the Pat Patrick David thing. Maybe the guy's just curious. But he does sell you a $50 access to a text message. And he does take money from Kelchi and tell CoffeeZilla that it's not whatever. So I don't want to say that just because he was born in Iran and that he moved over here that he is a splinter cell, deceiving us in Iran, shot Charlie Kirk. But I also don't want to not say
preliminary
that,
hearing. Actually,
'cause fuck Candace Owens.
the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution.
You're
They're
not
right to
gonna be
say
satisfied even after they arrest
we're
the
handing
kid.
things over, and we
gonna
heard
keep
the
this
defense
going
argue
forever.
on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the FBI,
to
it's
her
the
messages.
FBI.
Let's go.
That's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver,
Candace on
and then when I
DNC
heard
again.
testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious. Example being the backpack. That's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. that should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example.
I love my chat. I appreciate you all. I really appreciate the chat and the people in here tonight, guys. You are, for the most part, at least recognizing the batshit craziness that we're on right now. Double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe. We're almost up to 150 likes. Hit that subscribe button, guys. Please help support the channel. Remember, you can throw in a $5 super chat, add anybody's name to the poll of the day. A $10 super chat, remove anybody's poll name from the poll of the day. We are 2 minutes away from Marco Rubio winning hour 3 and going
crucifix.
into hour 4.
That should be in evidence, irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This is like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard.
This is the goal, guys.
So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You never get in any case. Yeah, exactly. You get a fucking just a murder photo in the case. Okay.
Basically, no case on planet Earth. You get the
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Okay. Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy.
True, right? That he's a Patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a Patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a good.
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
Just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a Patsy, the government was
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
Take an ad break.
And then we'll talk
Do we want to take another ad break?
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5-minute break.
I actually like
and,
this
we'll be
Andrew
back
Wilson
soon.
guy because it seems like he's here
All right,
for
you guys,
that.
you've probably-
Guys, I'm going to do the call out on this one. We're not going to listen to this bullshit again. We are watching Candace Owens' channel with 6.6 million subscribers. Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson, the great debate. And here we
We've
go.
seen all the buzz around dollar plan, take back control, .net.
Directly ask them. I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing,
I
and
don't
things
want
like
you to
other
act like
evidence
I'm
that's
doing
come
it
across our
wrong.
lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a
I mean,
word
there's no-
to
there's
use a
no-
word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
if
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part.
answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't
Wow,
know what you're
still
going to
like
ask. And
I
I'm
know,
going
and
to
if
answer
you
as I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I
okay,
get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually
You can
I,
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or
Oh
what I'm
my
supposed to
God.
say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the
Wow,
first half
look
of
at how
this
defensive
about
she's
why.
getting.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
No, it's not a
Bitches
debate.
be
Now
bitches.
this
to
is
you.
you
Exactly what
saying
women
I want
do.
to probe
Yeah.
It's
things
exactly
that
what
sit
women
outside
do.
of the evidence. I
Now
actually
she's
already
all
addressed this.
frustrated
You
and
asked
pissed
me.
off. And,
You're not going to
and
go
insulted
like
and
you're
not
saying
gonna
I'm
do-
on trial.
you're
I'm not on
not
trial.
gonna do,
Okay,
you're
great.
not
So
gonna
let's
do,
talk
everything
about the
you're not gonna do,
let's talk
you're
about
fucking
the
wrong.
let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a valuable
evidence is
death
that
threat
you heard
against you,
something.
and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got
Hit
it to
that
the
like
right
button,
body
guys.
of
Get to
people.
150. Come
And
on.
that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to
Cool.
make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim, so we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions clear.
I have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Mm-hmm. Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee...
Guys, this is so weird. This is so weird. Pat Patrick David was born in Iran, and he's just sitting there in the middle being like, don't look at me, guys. Don't look at me. Don't start accusing. Like, whether he's wrong or right, he's feeling it right now. Like, don't start coming up accusing my people.
Is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him. Nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because...
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get
as
to
I
for an
feel
hour and a
like
half.
I
But
want
the question I'm asking is
me.
about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive, and what and again, I already explained this at the top of the show. But the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question.
I know, but serving in the U.S. Army when you were born in Iran, I'm just like, okay, if he was Russian, we wouldn't trust that. Why are we like, oh, well, he went to the army though? Like.
Is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day.
Like, again, you worked for Turning Point USA, Like, they were probably working for Turning Point USA. But why are you doing this then? Because you work for Turning Point USA, and you know that they're pro-Israel, and you know that half their staff is Israelis.
But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I don't
positive
need to,
evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like
Israel.
A conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence?
Why does it not feel right? He was an op for Israel. That wasn't a fucking.
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay.
When she used to work for Turning Point, knows that half of them are Jews.
Never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Oh, I know. It's going to be something embarrassing. It's a fucking sex tape of Candace.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play.
I'm a skinhead now.
That Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go.
It's like watching a
and
5-year-old
probe that
lie.
information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying
think,
you
but
have
you're
positive
making a
evidence.
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
bro?
Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay.
She's
So-
Nobody's
so
disputing
retarded.
whether or not
Yeah, but,
Candace
like,
Owens is
you're-
allowed to think.
you're-
What I'm asking is
but-
if
but
you
Nobody
have
is
positive
debating
What
whether
is your issue with
Candace
this statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You
That
would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Right.
My
Hang on,
sis-
let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving.
Yo, it's just every woman you've ever met, man. It's just every lady you've ever met, man. It's just you're just sitting at the fucking table. You're just sitting at the table, and you spent the whole Thanksgiving arguing the whole time, and you think you've pinned her in. And she just keeps fucking going.
moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's
Then
not
let's
exactly
debate.
pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
that you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to
said,
my
well,
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how
think.
you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have
What's
full
the
confidence
evidence?
that you
Why?
do not feel that you
What?
represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
and to say you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can
podcast.
say whatever you want.
Well, I
Nobody's
said it.
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking-
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the
Because
beginning of this.
I already-
why I think
'cause I
Israel
said
is
so.
ultimately
And
going to be
France.
I
proven to
said
have
so.
involvement in this.
Mm-hmm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're
Except,
wanting me to structure the
welcome to the
sentence
Mod
or
Club.
provide
Don't
evidence.
abuse it or
You
you
don't
lose it.
have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Right.
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it.
But what's
So,
the
For
evidence?
example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
so it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that.
There's thousands of pages of clearly false evidence in the Epstein files. If every single one of them was true, that means that Donald Trump was with Jeffrey Epstein and threw a baby in Lake Superior in like 1985. Because that's what one of the ladies said in one of the Epstein files. So
Well, how can you probe that? This happens
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say
No,
it. If
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
Well,
very
you're
pertinent
You're sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you
You
wanted me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty.
No.
I think with
No.
full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have
What?
prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
So how
Candace,
does
just out of
that have
curiosity,
anything
when
to
you
do with
pass down that message to a
Israel?
Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
and
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable?
Wow, finally, it's almost almost after the fucking podcast is over, Pat Patrick David finally wakes the fuck up.
Giving 100% who it is.
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so.
Never mind. It's exactly what I said it is. This man was born in Iran. And now he's grifting for Candace Owens, begging the government to open up her case so that she can let you know who are sources on the foreign legions on the ground in fucking Charlie Kirk's assassination. Come on.
That's the case. Now, they may respond back and say, we did. You know, that's their position.
If we're
And
going to
that's
believe
why I
any
did it in
conspiracy,
writing.
it's that you're a
And so I'm
fucking
glad
op
that's
for
the case,
Iran, bro.
because-
You were born there.
So if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes,
Okay. I mean, that's.
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not.
No.
Never did.
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I
totally
asked him
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
Well, do we know?
Her
Right.
relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just
Right.
anybody. So
That-
if
but
an
that's-
average person sends it,
But again, it's all speculative, and you're trying to build upon the speculation now, and you're trying to defend for Candace Owens, which again, you were born in Iran. You fucking Iranian fucking op. You want to start doing conspiracy theories, you Iranian fucking op? You
Yeah, but
non-American.
we don't know who the source is. We don't know anything.
What the fuck, bro?
Wouldn't you, if you were in that
What the
department,
fuck?
wouldn't you want to, even you assign
Remember, this man graduated high school with a 1.8 GPA.
The one-year-old
people.
There's no
guys that
guarantee
say-
they didn't look into it.
Yeah.
How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has got
you send
nothing
them
to do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's I'm saying, like, you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible
No, they didn't
lead.
send the
I
source
even
of the claim.
texted Dan Bongino.
course
But did you-
So actually, it was three.
You
It was three
never sent
offices.
the-
Let me ask
the
one question, and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
You just
Dan
emailed
Bongino,
as Candace
and
Owens.
the
So she, as Candace Owens, just emailed 3 different people and was like, they didn't reach back out to Candace Owens, so they didn't even get my
and
stuff.
Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mm-hmm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are 2 separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French
Okay, well
formed
then
that person as a part.
then again, the original claim was that you have all this proof that Israel did it.
Part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And I
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
Let me
government.
he
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
he
just ask
did
one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is, in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination?
See how he's trying to now help her and explain to the full audience of all 3 channels that Israel is involved? And see how this is a man that has a 1.8 GPA in high school, grifts for a living, makes you pay $50 to get a text message from him, and was born in Iran?
Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here.
Converted
I do
Catholicism-
think that
Catholicism because
at the
she's a
end of
fucking-
this,
she get
we are
paid
going to
to
find
it.
that Israel was
her
involved.
number one
I do.
sponsor is Catholicism.
Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not.
And you can get all of it if you go to CandaceOwens.com and you subscribe today. Like, shut the fuck up. Then bring it here to your great debate. This is the big moment. This is the show it all. And then you're just going to say, well, we have it. And we do it all the
There's a
time.
conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices,
Patrick going along with it 'cause
departments
he's
that were
fucking
involved
an
that day,
Iranian
all knew
op.
that there was a conspiracy down to the
It's
U.S.
all to
Marshals.
get us
believed there was a
distracted and
conspiracy.
make
They
us
were,
not support
my
Israel and
sources
America
at the
in
U.S.
the war.
Marshals were saying they were basically set on a wild goose
Literally
chase that
what they
day.
But do you
do.
see how you
They've
said
done
my
for
sources?
47 years.
You're
Am I
not
not allowed to
right
have
here.
sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
Well,
sources?
hang on. I
but we
have
can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that there is none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say what?
Yeah, I think what probably
Right.
adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content
Another
of
stinger.
the shooter on the roof doing a lateral
Another
crawl,
teaser from
then they're
Candace.
going,
New episode
I don't
next
think these are just
Wednesday."
vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, They all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually? Hang on. I'm almost done.
How would that talking to PBD?
How would that legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources? That even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you? All the marshals believe it's a conspiracy. All the police believe it's a conspiracy. Everybody believes it. How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
I'm just making my content.
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation.
Guys, hit that double tap, hit that like button. If you're watching right now, double tap, hit that like button. Let's get us up to 200.
I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions.
7 days a week.
Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't that a double? But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Yeah, exactly,
I think
right?
they're doing a pretty good job
Fucking
themselves,
A.
if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm
I
ground
think they're
zero.
PR. I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some
making
PR
it up.
there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my
Legal
podcast.
pickle?
How would that get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly
Pickle.
that
Legal pickle.
if I was the
What the
investigating
fuck,
officers, I
bro?
would seat them all and I would
Legal
ask
pickle?
questions.
You're
I
not
would, at this
involved,
phase.
lady. You
I
don't. I'm closer
Okay,
to getting
what
a
does that
law
mean?
license than you. What does that mean?
That you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100
This is so embarrassing.
So embarrassing.
Yeah, but what was
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit.
so
if you guys want to
embarrassing.
play that video.
Could also just ask
And
them,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Wow.
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow.
Yeah.
How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty.
What's she complicit in then? What are you talking
You're
about?
chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and
tell
debate,
me.
so
What
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
What does that
complicit
mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And
she
Erica,
complicit
when
in?
she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do
Hold
you
that
do you
thought,
feel
my
with
guy.
100%
Ask her
certainty
again.
that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then
crazy
again,
about a second. I
context
know
matters.
she's-
I
she's
sit down
pinned
with
in. This
Erica
is the last
for
3,000
4
she's gonna
hours
get.
under the assumption that
Candace got
she had some
KO'd
evidence,
fast.
right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica. Everyone's questioning
even
what
close.
she's
Like, you gotta
wearing
be
and all this stuff. I was like, I'm gonna wait here because I don't know. Just it feels weird to think that. Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird?
Guys, this is easier than wearing a mask during COVID or taking a vaccine. Like, if you are still on Candace Owens' side right now, whew, my God.
Stuff like that, yeah, but that's not, you
Wow.
can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And
She
then
got
when I sat
torn
down with
apart
her,
here.
and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case, and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great.
It
You know,
sounds like
that's
she's
why
taking the
she's
Fifth
being, that's why
Amendment.
she has that much confidence
Xavier,
2 months
welcome
ago.
to the Mod Club.
When I sat down
Great
with her,
comment.
it was
Don't
nothing.
abuse it or you lose it.
It was nothing. Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit? And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in
No.
what? Yeah.
Complicit in
Well,
what?
if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird.
If you let me finish.
Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says
really had
that they're going to
nothing.
bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember
What
even
was she
Megyn Kelly was like,
complicit in? Back to the question. What was
let's
she
wait.
complicit in?
She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to
But
things
what
that we
was
didn't
she
have.
complicit
Why
in?
express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like,
But what
we
was
don't know
she
yet. I
complicit
feel confident
in?
he's involved. They
But
made an
I
arrest.
don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit, and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do
Are
believe,
you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
It's
seem
not
like I
that.
said
You
she
can
was
tell me
Nobody's taking
everything.
anything out of context.
Yeah, but then why
bro.
not just play the full thing? Like why?
What?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing.
What the
You
fuck,
probably
man?
don't want to
Well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctorate
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing
when
it.
I re-examined her actions backward
She's
because I did
complicit in
not have
believing it.
this
She's not
perspective of
complicit
her
in the murder.
at the
Remember that,
beginning, which is
guys.
why it's so.
If you're a Candace Wacko, she just now confirmed she is saying she's not. Erica Kirk is not complicit in the murder anymore. So if you're on that train, get your pitchforks out for Candace Owens. She just admitted Erica Kirk is not complicit in Charlie Kirk's murder. Oh no.
Funny to me
It's
that
all
you guys make it
unraveling.
seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part
This
of
was
that. I did
earlier
not
today.
lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. For sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
Right.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right?
Right.
So
It went into a different phase. I'm making a lot of money off of talking about her dead husband. So, like, she doesn't like that. And we had a private conversation, and I'm not going to tell you what happened in that private conversation, but I was kind of surprised at the way that she was acting. But, at this point, this is about me going into a different phase than her and making a bunch of money.
Charlie and I
This is literally
hitting the
like,
ground, running around.
this is a biblical story, guys. She's like she's the person breaking the fucking commandment of lying and making a bunch of money off of it. And pretty soon, God's going to come and strike her down by lightning or some shit.
I'm traveling
It's
4
fucking
days
crazy.
a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't
Starting to
stopped
make
being
me think
pregnant.
that fucking
And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be
Goddamn Kirk
running
was
around
Jesus.
for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly
Of
want to start building
Nazareth.
at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how
I
much
didn't really
Charlie
get to know
wanted
anybody 'cause I wasn't showing up for work,
find
and that's why I
love. And
got
so I was
fired.
kind of his
From there,
wingwoman
and Blaze TV,
throughout that phase. And I
Daily
was just
Wire.
happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously,
And
that
I
they were
never
going to
really
get
did anything
married
until
when they were dating.
after
So it
this
wasn't like
blew
I
up, and now I have a lot
was
of money,
conscious.
so I
I
have
really
to
need to
do
get
it.
to know this person. And
But I'm still gonna probably
so
not
it
do it
was
that much, 'cause
just
I made a
kind
lot
of
of money
normal
already.
that by that time, because of where I was in my life,
Especially
that I
this
wasn't
$300,000
spending
here.
any time getting to know Erica
So,
per
so,
se.
so the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Based. Oh, bro. Fucking based. Yo, that was too wild. That was too much. That was so crazy.
By the
Oh
way,
my
and what
God.
dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being
Yeah.
tongue-in-cheek, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is so. Oh my God. This guy is me, bro. I need to get sponsorship by this guy. Holy fuck. I've never even fucking seen this guy before. Holy fuck. This guy is so. Oh my God.
Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean,
What
if
the
you
fuck?
were, if you were,
like, that's what's so crazy is she can infer that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. She can infer that Erica Kirk murdered her own husband, but then she's going to sit here and try to condemn him on the word retarded on Twitter? Why did you call Erica Kirk retarded? Because all women are retarded. Why did you say the word retarded, though? Why are you doubling down on retard, you fucking retard?
I'm going to use the same exact argument. You would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Yeah.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters. You go into the headquarters, and now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point USA.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan...
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do.
Yeah.
On recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
Yeah.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly... It's
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Now he's part of them. See what she's doing? Now she's trying to say that he's part of them. He's like, see, you took money from them. You're part of Turning Point. You are Turning Point.
I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have
but why would they send okay, wait, but you just made that argument and you just said that you just tried to cancel him for the word retarded because you're the biggest fucking retard I've ever seen. He then said, why did I say that she is too retarded? Because all women are too retarded. You then, took that fact and just kept being a fucking retarded woman. And then you continued to try to cancel him with the word retard until eventually he turned back around and said, yeah, I went and spoke to them in good faith. And now he's an app for Turning Point USA. So a minute ago, how dare you call her a retard? Then a minute later, you're an op for them sent by Captain Retard. What the fuck you're the retard.
Just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion. But I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to me.
We can blame Israel for Charlie Kirk's death. We can speculate across the earth. We can drag a woman's fucking goddamn mourning body across all of media, but we can't say retard. Don't say retard. Don't say retard.
As some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you know,
about terrible PR,
that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this.
No,
so if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use.
No, man, you're a CIA agent for Turning Point USA, but 1 minute ago she was like, why are you calling Erica Kirk a retard?
I
So now you're
definitely like
CIA
taking a look.
What is
retard.
It was actually amazing to me.
Fucking turning
It really
point.
was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've
hang
ever
on.
said
Have you
about
ever been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and
Again,
let's just talk
trying to
about
cancel him. Like, what? The biggest retard I've ever seen in Retardville.
your record. I mean, you're a person
Full
that
on
has spent
retard.
time in
and you,
what
again, guys, I don't see this very often, but you never go full retard. But the reason that Candace Owens is going full retard is because, as we know, the people are retarded, guys. Remember, this is why Candace does this, because the audience, the people in the chat, you all, listen. Democracy is
government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
Yeah, see, it's just a fact that we say out loud, and she's taking such offense to it. I'm sorry, you're stupid female retard.
most people would term to be the
I'm sorry.
manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah,
I debate against the
Against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
and then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this
biggest
is,
of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because
Why can't it be compared? You're both women, you both have children at home, and you both are choosing your job over your children.
because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense. Why
parents-
should we take the organization
No,
over?
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre. You
Because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and
protect-
they've just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy, right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. No. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not
there's
qualified.
always-
Right. Let me put it this way, guys. All women are retarded. The word retard is not canceled. And Candace Owens is a girl boss baby bitch that should take her children home and go and live with them with unlimited amounts of funds, but instead spends her entire day grifting for $300,000, being the largest, biggest woman retard of all retards.
To
subjective.
take over his company.
There's
Does that make sense, guys? And I'm saying that on YouTube. And this isn't going to even be demonetized for saying that. Does that construct to you guys the orchestration of the media in 2026 as she's sitting here trying to cancel a man for saying the word retard? As she's sitting here trying to cancel a man for insinuating something about feminism? As this Catholic-based pro-life lady? Like, she is the biggest fucking hypocrite in the entire world.
always subjective outliers to.
And I
each
do not mean
situation.
any of that in any kind of political or motivating stance. That is literally the hypothetical of expression that's allowed. She's a retard.
In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion.
Oh, of course,
like I say, scientific that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms. Yeah. But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
feel like you got an answer to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip, so if we want to play this.
See what I mean? Like, he is clearly an Iranian op, because he's like literally protecting Candace, protecting her stances, and not like even approaching the captain obvious of the room, which is like, what is Erica Kirk apparently complicit in if it's not the death of Charlie Kirk? And where is the proof that she's complicit in that? And nowhere in that segment did anyone get even close to that answer. So either this man is like even more retarded than Candace Owens, or he was born in Iran. He was born in Iran. If we're spitting out conspiracy theories unwarranted, he was born in Iran.
To just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. Okay. So if you guys are ready in the back,
then do some more ad reads, right?
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was...
Yeah, he's a veteran of the U.S. after he was born in Iran and shipped over here as a non-natural born citizen, and then got a 1.8 GPA in high school, and then went to the Army post 9/11, and then decided to get himself involved in American politics as a foreign-born citizen.
Crouched, went up and hit his neck.
Israel did everything.
Ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his
neck. And
also,
I would say again, it's crazy that these same people that would be like, oh, that's crazy to speculate that about Pat Patrick David. It's like those same people, if I said he was born in Russia, would go, oh, well, then he's a Russian asset. Oh, he was in our military? Well, that's what Russia would do, is infiltrate our military. If I said he was from China, you would do the same thing. He was born in China. When? How? Were parents already American, or were they Chinese-born nationals? If they're Chinese-born nationals, then what the fuck is he doing worried about our politics? But somehow we're at this point where we can have a right-wing figure that goes, hoorah, America. I went and fought for America after 9/11, and he's literally fucking born in Iran. As if they don't have spies in Iran. As if they're not splinter cells in Iran. As if we're not fighting birthright citizenship over China, anchor babying people for a Manchurian candidate. Like, he's fucking born in Iran.
He ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay? They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Bro, what? She gonna act like that was out of context? That was literally like 3 minutes long. What is the context that we're missing, Candace? What's the context we're missing? Stop talking about the editorial staff.
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't prepare the clips, but
I think
I didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode,
The internet
we are
will clock
now
it.
going, and that's why I said,
If you ever wanted to vomit more in your life, vomit now. Clock it. Clock it. Candace Owens and her people are going to clock it on their fucking holy shit. The internet is dead. Everyone is a clock it retard.
we're now going to look at
Clock
some alternative
it.
theories. I made it very clear.
We're
that
clocking
this was a
it.
theory that I didn't want to look
We're
at.
clocking it,
This
all
is,
right.
I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing
If
this.
that's the
anyone
case,
love
if you're just
liar
hypothetically
Yes,
exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just
why-
asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch
it's
this
really
episode. So
getting-
that's why it feels
Guys, we're 3 likes away from America 250. We're 3 likes away from 250 likes. Make sure you throw out those super chats. Add somebody to the poll of the day. $5, anybody you want. $10 super chat. And it goes into, or you can remove somebody from the poll of the day. Become a member, hit that join button, become a comrade, help support the channel, keep us independent, and not Iranian sponsored like this weird dude that's doing this cucking ritual that he paid $300,000 for, and we're all watching.
like
You're watching
I'm
No
in the
News is
middle of an interview
News.
with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're
No, I'm
like,
just
And once we get to 250, we officially hit the IQ max, guys. We are going to get high IQ individuals into the chat. All we need to do is get those 2 extra likes. So make sure you double tap, hit that like button. Once we get those 2 last likes, I'm telling you, the IQ will rise. Oh, there we go. Thank
what's
God.
this? You
Woo!
watched the
All right.
episode. You
I'm
know
just
what it
trying
is.
to make sure.
256.
Do you think that your alternative theory,
The high IQ
John
people are
Bray's
coming
theory
in.
should be
Yeah.
explored. Yes.
okay,
I promise.
do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay,
And it
good.
should
She
be
thinks
explored.
it's
He's
a
done a
mic
lot of
that
work on
exploded
it.
on
John
his
Bray
neck.
has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we
In Fauci
released
we
the
trust.
second set
Appreciate
of
you.
the photos of what was in the car.
$2 super
I think it's
chat.
viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Thank you, my
what
guy.
is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward.
True.
We have former Marines that have gotten on and said,
In the plane?
it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he
that's fine.
observed in his.
Okay, all right. Guys, we're going to keep the audio rolling on this, but we're going to the next hour of our poll of the day. Remember, $5 super chat, add anybody to the poll of the day. $10 super chat, remove anybody from the poll of the day. Going into hour 5 here.
Experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day, who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so
Rubio versus Kamala Harris.
question for you: does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy,
five
or 2,000
starts
pounds
now.
of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
Did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you, this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of the way of bullets.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record.
Yo, somebody, one of you Candace supporters, throw down that $5 super chat. Let's get Candace in that poll of the day. Can we make Candace president? What happens if Candace is president? Does the end of the world happen? Is that what Captain Iran wants over here with his cucking ritual for $300,000 as he makes us all watch this debate?
You do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. It was underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
it is beneath his shirt. The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality.
Fuck. Because her people think that there's an exploding mic that somebody did. That's the whole thing. There's this exploding mic theory, and he's like literally pointing it out, being like, oh, you think there was an explosion? Is there a little bit of smoke?
Version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic. I
think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Before we go to ad break, remember, guys, ad breaks in this, the biggest debate ever, $300,000 ad break.
It bothers me about this Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people. And this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera. And I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm just saying he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah, that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Break for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I think
ad break for everybody.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick.
Brought to you by the Iranian State Media.
Cool.
All right,
why? I was born in
All right,
Iran.
you guys, I want to tell you about ethos.
But I'm telling you,
life
it's not about that. It's actually about the fact that I am a fucking ally because I went to the U.S. Army.
They're
going
to pull it up just to have you respond
well,
to it.
Well, you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs' DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying
That's the moment of this entire thing. Is Candace moment. How could you call women retarded?
It is on the gun. Twigs.
Yeah, the women are fighting.
Like
they're gonna fight
I already
this guy.
said to you, like I've made that concession. The women are gonna fight but just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right, Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we could do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
This way, like, she's getting attacked
Straight
by
to
Erica
jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica.
I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you.
Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies,
To straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's
Straight
the show
to jail.
intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then I explained that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they-
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
Yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're just kind of
entire
filling the air
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't.
What I've learned from this is, thank God Candace Owens is married and old. Avoid her. Don't say hello. Okay, don't say hello or she'll cancel you. He called all women retarded.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and
nobody-
you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time, I mean, I want to just
Yeah, I wish there
assert
was a timer.
how
We could
professionally
see
we
how
have
much
dealt with this
fucking time
debate.
she's taken
As you
up.
can see, we have not planned any gotcha
Yapping.
clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
we did not take out
wait,
of
what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring
We did
claims,
not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email.
What's out of
Any clips that you want to
context
share
about
with us,
them?
send it over. Let's assert a
Explain.
debate claim so that we can both be
Well,
ready
how
to
are they out of
respond to it.
context?
This just
that's not really what
Guys,
happened.
well.
Just so you know, she doesn't really believe in the Israel thing or the lapel mic or any of the stuff because she's even saying these are out of context claims. All right, so just
That-
if you're
what's not-
believing
what
her,
didn't
yeah,
happen?
this
Just understand
the way
it's
that
all
you're
fake. She
framing the
doesn't believe it either.
exchange. That's
What do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing, and I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's
And
nothing
you-
out of the hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We were
Yeah.
supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you were asked
Okay,
about them.
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
See
point
what
out.
she's doing now? Before she gets off the air, she's going to now try to contort him into. So first it was you called Erica Kirk a retard. That's crazy. Then he's like, all women are retarded. Then she's like, actually, you're a Trojan horse for Turning Point USA, and it's weird that you were able to talk to them. And I can't believe that they sent you to come and defend Erica Kirk, the man who called Erica Kirk a retard. Like, nothing you say makes any sense, Candace.
Yours. No, they're not
Nothing.
claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
No. It's not just whatever. You asked him, why did he call Erica Kirk too retarded to kill Charlie Kirk? And he responded not with just whatever. He responded with an actual claim. All women are retarded, including you, Candace Owens. If you want to keep walking past that, you can. But he did. He specifically gave you the fact that you, as well as all other women, are retarded, in his opinion.
And I'm responsible for the claim.
Yeah.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue-in-cheek.
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they want to
the
play
whole
One
from
more.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
two.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
See, but look at how he's laughing too. It just reminds it like I really think that Pat Patrick David is actually a fucking Iranian op. What fucking business do you have as a foreign-born citizen, infant or not, involved in anything to do with anything political or pop culture in my fucking country? Go back to yours, especially if you're going to take this stance while we're all watching this. It's fucking weird, dude.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
All right, we're just gonna. Nobody. Remember,
Okay,
guys.
well-
Remember, we have a guy who quit his job in 2020 that actually sounds like a professor, and I respect fucking Andrew Wilson. Go follow that motherfucker. This is actually amazing. You got Candace Owens over here who dropped out of high school to sue her high school for being racist and winning $37,000 in order to graduate high school. And you have Pat Patrick David over here who has a GPA of 1.8 when graduating high school, even though he was brought over here and should, be more responsible since he was given this opportunity to live in this country. And hoorah, hoorah, he went and joined the army after 9/11, and hoorah, hoorah, he gives a fuck about American politics for some reason, even though he was born in a country we've been at war with for 47 years.
They're looking for that. Do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we?
Appreciate
Not
you,
really.
Robert.
I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a
I
question.
mean,
Totally fair with me.
she's just trying to bait at this point because she knows it's been 2 hours and 45 minutes, and she knows she only has 15 minutes left. So now it's all, you're a Trojan horse. You're actually, like, who even are you? You're an operative for Turning Point USA. You all of a sudden changed your positions on feminism as he literally calls her a retard and tells her to shut up and go back to her babies. Like, guys.
So are you good with
What are we
asking a question or
I
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first? Okay. You guys
Yeah,
have it
I
in
would
the
wait
back?
for the fucking clip too, bro. Because it's like,
Okay,
fuck this
beautiful.
shit. I paid $300,000 for this. $300,000 to have this dumb bitch be like retarded Kanye West. And by that, I mean like Kanye West, but with like no points. Usually anything that Kanye does, there's a point
You
to
need to
it.
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I
Twiggs
can't hear this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
said
towel.
longer. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this- considered this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage because
Huh? Lady, all he's trying to do.
Even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip
giving
planned.
no fucking.
I said
Now,
to
see,
you
that's what I
when
mean.
I
We're at the
rewatched
end.
the
We're at the end. So now it's time for the narrative. Actually, the reason Joe Rogan wasn't here is because Joe Rogan is actually a Turning Point USA operative, and you're actually a Trojan horse for Turning Point USA, and that's why I was saying retard. It's actually when you blink twice and you say retard, it actually means you're anti-retard, and what you're saying is anti-retard to Erica Kirk. And the reason that Erica Kirk was doing that was so that Drewski and I could talk about how Erica Kirk was actually tied to you, and this is all about how Turning Point USA and Israel are trying to conspiracize against us, against me and the guy that was born in Iran. The lady who had to sue her high school in order to graduate, and the man born in Iran. Yeah. They're trying to stop us American citizens. The lady that was literally had to sue her high school for racism in order to graduate high school, and the 1.8 GPA Iranian-born citizen.
Bodie, I realized that they didn't explicitly
let's
say
believe
men's
those
twigs.
guys.
They said 5
Let's believe
other
those guys.
profiles were on it.
Not the man
and that
that
his was the most
was
degraded.
done in
So
2020 and
I hope your team feels
pointed this shit
fulfilled
out.
in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready.
I love how they keep acting like she's now acting all of a sudden, like within the last 5 minutes, all of a sudden she's realizing the show's wrapping up. She's like, it's got to be like 15, 20 minutes left. And now she's starting to act like they're piling on her, like they're trying to cancel her. Like they're trying to do it like that was all this was. It never really was a conversation about substance. Fuck off, lady. You brought nothing to the table.
Anybody?
Double tap, hit that like button. We're almost at 300.
Some new evidence.
Let's get
at
it.
the
Come on.
beginning
Hit
of the
it.
day.
Yeah, we should
You had
show that
something
text
new?
message that you
Did
read
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text.
So you're going to
go.
read it on my show but not show it?
Yeah,
Correct.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Fuck you. Fuck you. Why are you going to keep doing this to him if he's not going to do it to you? We're done.
Okay.
I'll show
And look at Pat Patrick David. He's clearly on the same side as Candace. It's like an Iranian operation to like tear down America. I truly believe that. This fucking piece of shit, not even born here, worried about our fucking politics. Oh, I worked in the army and you didn't, Alex. 1.8 GPA, and this black lady who is offended by the word retard, who had to sue her high school to get a fucking goddamn GED, is over here fucking yelling at the American who's just like, hey, asking a quick question. Any theories, any proof to any of this bullshit? No.
My show.
No, none.
But that's,
Zero.
That's what I'll do. I'll show
Zero.
you.
Can I ask why?
Because we're
Well,
done
because
here.
I want to drip out the evidence.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Got to
Exactly,
drip out
exactly
that
what you're doing.
evidence.
Yeah,
Keep
gotta
people
drip it
coming
out.
back for the show,
Yeah,
right?
gotta keep
I
them
don't
coming
know
back
if
for the show,
Snark
right?
serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, I'll release
Do
it
that.
there.
And fuck
Yeah,
you.
that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to
Yeah.
do closings.
Well, I also would just
Yeah, because at this point, yeah, that's the whole thing. It's about showing her that she's not going to get what she wanted. She got paid $300,000 to do this, agreed to all this bullshit, starts bitching about the rules and acting like it's being fucked up and that you were never playing fair after talking for almost 3 hours to try to discredit the entire interview because you look like a fucking idiot, trying to act like he's an op for Turning Point USA. And now he's like, you know what? No, we're not going to do any more evidence. I'm not going to reveal any more footage. Everybody come and follow my channel. Hopefully I can get something from that. Go fuck off. Bye. And now she's like, oh, well, actually, I'm speaking. I'm a retard woman again. Here we go.
if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity.
I'm speaking. Remember Kamala Harris? She's in the poll right now. I'm speaking. Yeah, it's fucking
Your basis has
Candace,
been evidentiary. You keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for? right
Oh,
now?
see, so now he's not.
But I want.
Right. Well, no, you don't have them memorized. You don't have the 7 exact charges memorized. I do. I do. I never graduated college either, but I'm talking to another guy who never graduated college, and neither one of us graduated college, and the guy standing in the middle that can't fucking say anything, that's trying to cuck himself in some weird fucking ritual for Iran, is over here with his 1.8 GPA, all three of them not even close to a fucking law degree. Somebody that graduated college, has a better potential of practicing law than any of the people in this fucking room right now. But go ahead, Candace, talk about how you know the 7 charges and memorize them, and how it's so embarrassing that he wants to pull them up before he expresses his independent opinion about Tyler Robinson in association to each one of the 7 charges.
To make sure that
one?
we have them listed.
Yeah,
Give me a fucking break.
Can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
see,
question.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
just
okay.
not following it
it
enough.
seems pretty
Not
like if you're going to
following it up.
engage and you're going to say the evidence is
don't care enough.
overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty.
You're here
I
as
just
not.
think that
That's
you
the
should
thing.
like.
It's the bending the rhythm again. She has 15 minutes to get out here. She started calling him a Trojan horse for them already. Now it's, I don't think that you're a good actor. I think that you were sent here. You were paid by the Jews to yell at Candace Owens, and this was all just some grift. And that's why I asked for the speaking fee, and that's why it happened to me. She's using the culture of everything that's ever happened to anyone in cancel culture history all in one interview to deflect from herself. It's fucking insane.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah.
put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name,
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Yeah.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can you
I
name
think
all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to
them.
put
He
your
knows
fingers
women
up.
are
Okay,
retarded.
name
This
them.
is the point.
sure.
Women are retarded.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's
So
not.
murder.
That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just so
Aggravated
people,
murder
don't,
is
I don't
not
have to do it in
murder?
a time
Okay, got
limit.
it.
There's
All right.
nothing going on.
Some kind of
And just to
conspiracy
explain
theory
people the
with that one,
difference
too.
of why that really matters
Oh,
and shows
okay.
that he doesn't
So
actually
she's
care
gonna-
about
she's
this
now
at
gonna
all.
talk about
is because
the-
aggravated murder.
Remember, she's done one
it's
so far.
narrowly defined.
We have-
and
we
carries
have
a death
fingers.
sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
7.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just
waiting.
going to
Go ahead.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that
1.
people are intimidated when you try to put a
1.
time constraint doesn't work. And
1.
you'll be better the next time you debate
I
someone.
got it. Give me the
Go
other
1.
ones.
That's 1.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want
Okay,
to just
go
wait
ahead.
for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the
Well,
charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well,
Okay,
how
great.
long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds
I'm
like you're just
speaking.
delaying
Oh,
it
there it
because you
is.
don't
I'm
know.
I
speaking.
know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
Another
again,
black
so you're gonna get
retard
embarrassed.
woman,
You
just like
don't-
Kamala Harris, she literally said it out loud. I'm speaking. I'm speaking. I'm speaking. I'm speaking. I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Guys, okay, we have one. We have one. Aggravated murder, which she has to need to explain that through a filibuster of her own intent that it really isn't actually a blah, blah, blah. We're 5 likes away. 5 likes away from 300. Please get us to 300 likes. It will make the rest of our stream all night way more sane than this entire debate was. I will have such awesome content for you guys, and it will be things that will fill your brain with education and joy and not retardation, and no more retard ladies at all. No more Andrew Wilson retard ladies, okay, at all. Just need those 5 likes. Hit that like button. Hit that like button right now, guys. Get us up to 300 so that we cannot be retarded women screaming, I'm speaking, I'm speaking.
Have to rush this. I'm also
I'm speaking.
showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
And what's
final
the specific charges, though?
Yeah.
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder.
Yeah.
That's the distinction. You
Yeah.
just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you can't
Got
even
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say
Got
murder
it.
versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
Got it.
This gets to the
Got
entire
it.
crux of
Like
why
any-
him being
like
up
any
for the
woman,
death
like
sentence.
any woman.
And I actually
Got it.
find the defense
I
is
know.
filing
You're
about
insulted.
why this is not
I know.
aggravated to be
You're speaking. You're speaking.
very compelling.
Guys, we're going to
Why
have
it's not aggravated
educational
murder. Actually,
hour
if the
after
state
this.
was going to even try.
I promise you, it's going to be amazing. It's
Pull
gonna
this
be
off. They
beautiful.
should have charged him with just murder.
It's going to be worth
and then
sticking around all
I do
Friday night with us.
Also, again, want to stress to audiences.
Thank you for the 300
that
likes, y'all.
Debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak
We're
faster
speaking.
or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would
Pretty
like
sure the most fucking historical case in U.S. history besides JFK for murder, I'm pretty sure anybody can speak on it. And I'm pretty sure that a woman that dropped out of college to go be a Vogue assistant after suing her high school to get her high school diploma for racism for a text message and winning $37,000 really isn't the first person I would think of when looking at the law of Utah. Okay?
move to final
But,
statements, I'm
you know,
fine. I want to make sure Andrew
credibility,
has had the
retard lady.
time
Got it.
that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you
Sure.
guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front of
minor.
a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering. When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not
But
even my
no,
producers
he's
who are in
doing.
there.
He's smart enough to play her game. He's like, I see what you're doing. You're trying to be able to get up and walk out like it was an unfair conversation. But you've been sitting here for 3 hours, lady, saying nothing. And now you're gonna try to get up and act like I'm some kind of Israeli bot or something. All right, sure. Then were you looking at your phone when you saw that?
Time we were here. You want to check my phone?
I'll show you your phone.
I'm happy to do
No,
it.
nobody
because
wants
you're just
to
going to
check
get
your
double
phone, lady.
embarrassed. Where's my phone?
Do you want to
should
see
do
it?
I'm just
You can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges. or
Yeah,
anything.
let's ask the guy that was born in Iran.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not
permission
gonna
to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I
only
used in
have
Russia,
Signal.
and that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other
No, but
question
that's
is
what I
about
mean.
steakhouse.
I don't need to pretend to know stuff about the case, right? Because she's trying to say that he is literally just a paid operative for Turning Point USA to come and defend Erica Kirk. She's played her examples the whole time. She's like, "Oh, you talked about Erica 4 times. Oh, you were anti-feminist, calling her a retarded. Now you care about her. Oh, you don't really care about the charges because you said murder, not aggravated murder, and you don't know the 7 charges." It's like,
House receipt.
no, you're just a retard woman.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know.
You're just
Yeah.
a retard
Nothing.
woman. That's
I don't
Yeah. Do you
all
have
to
the
do that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay, so you
I never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation,
Damn,
was I
wow.
spoke to the owner when
She
I broke
lost
that
so
story. I
much
think it
if
was
you were
back in
listening.
January.
If
I
you were
spoke
actually a
to
fan
the
of hers
owner,
and listening to
understood
this,
what had
she
happened,
lost so much here.
and that there was a
But
receipt.
she's trying to bleed it all out in like, oh well, he's just an op for Turning Point USA, so you can't really trust him anyway. Yeah, and fucking Pat Patrick David is a great actor, born in Israel or born in fucking Iran.
That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't.
I just
Okay. Murder, there are 2 different penal codes. Murder, a person commits murder if they intentionally or knowingly cause death to another person. Aggravated murder is essentially an intentional or known killing plus at least one specific aggravated circumstance. I killed this person for a specific reason. Okay.
So the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always...
because you're the expert, right?
Include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is
Yikes,
good enough to
guys.
put on
There's no
our
conspiracy
timeline.
theory.
But the receipt
Tyler
itself,
Robbins
the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
Yeah, I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong.
want, sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happens
then
next.
she gets the money still.
Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing
Now she
his
gets the
knowing
money
what his debit
still.
card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I
actually
share on my
done
show.
That
having
officer, the
conversations
first
with
officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
Money will do
If
a lot
we're
of
just
things.
going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would
Am I
say
allowed
that
to have an
I don't
opinion?
buy
Another
his
woman
assertion on the stand that he didn't check to
Where'd
see
you
if
hear that one,
anybody
guys?
went
Am I
onto the
allowed to have an
rooftop
opinion? Am I
before
allowed?
he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should-be evidence.
What's so sad is we watched 3 hours of this because we got so many people watching this. There was way less substance in this than there was on the Shane Gillis Joe Rogan episode versus the Matt McCusker Hunter Biden episode yesterday. And we ended up ending after 3 hours because there wasn't enough people watching. We're watching literal nonsense for 5.5 hours now tonight, guys. It's like
Of
crazy.
a police body cam.
Please stay
like
with
I said,
us.
You accept
Double
that
tap, hit
stuff,
that like
and
button,
then
hit
are like,
subscribe.
did you call the merchant and get like it just
I
seems
have
like
something good up next.
you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold
I'm
like
not
I said
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then
This
it
is my
would be
timeline.
official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it.
There's no evidence.
There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
been following it.
Yeah, they. See, now it's they. See, she's been here for 3 hours talking to him. Now she's talking to they.
Very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire
PBD
trial or the
terrible.
preliminary
Yeah, no.
live. I
That's
was
why I
live
called
with
them
an
an
attorney.
Iranian
We
the whole
covered
time.
all of
It
it.
was
You
the
think
only way
because
to
I have a
make it work.
momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you Didn't, no,
hairs.
that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at all.
know any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Right.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know what
What's
his
your
issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
What do you mean?
Well,
What's your
so-
issue with that? That's the issue. Yeah, it's crazy. The fact that, again, Pat Patrick David is so either retarded or Iranian that he doesn't understand what he's doing.
Well, the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet, inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used.
Everybody else is going to drop
If
off. I'm
for
afraid.
some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we
be
find
like,
out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure, you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm just saying that there's no evidence it was ever
Keep it
there.
there like
you.
he's
No hard
bond paid
evidence
for
anyway.
again.
Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this, will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere
Team
that you went,
Iran
record news,
over here fucking
But
letting you know.
Live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded, because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from
guarantee
me
you
as
that
well.
was
Or
Andrea, 'cause
invite
he
you-
didn't want her to
inviting you
walk
as
off.
well.
of course.
I do know one
was
day,
gonna walk off the
I
live
think it
cam.
was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. It said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has.
Right. He was right to just
like maybe
tear
she
apart
has. I have no
Obama.
idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression.
It's so true.
We're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think.
Yep.
Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think.
Trying to think how
But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing.
I would agree with him
Okay,
on that
fair
too.
enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing
on the
for
actual
Robinson
proof.
being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, nada, zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel.
It's this internal liberal woman bullshit. I can't stand her. She's clearly a grifter. She clearly was never a conservative and doesn't have a lick of conservatism or Catholicism or anything in her bones at all. Because this is the epitome of feminism, of liberal woman. Soon as she just got roasted on the end, she just gets that little smirk and just sits internally and goes, well, if that's how you guys think, then that's how you guys think. And then goes cattily back to her audience to insularly gossip to make herself think that she's all okay. Like, it's fucking insane.
That you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned. And you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a
He's a
lot of
patsy.
junk
The
to
whole
say
thing is
about
he's a
Candace
patsy.
Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point
First,
USA
tell
tried
her
to
wait-
pepper him with
tell her
something
is
as a
now.
surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up.
Can you even, I can't believe that we're living on two separate planets like this, because my live chat, like, making me realize we're living on two different planets, because there's no, I didn't see a goddamn thing from her.
And that none of the
it's
evidence
not even a
that was
bias.
presented
It's
was
just like-
in any way overwhelming, which is
demon
why I
waiting.
think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place.
Harris is not
That I
winning the
deeply cared
poll,
about
but
Charlie and I deeply care about the
y'all fucking
answers.
trying to support her.
I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that
gotta
they're
be like
in.
20% that are actually
I want to,
supportive.
as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from
Okay.
both of you.
And I
I
draw
think
the
the audience
conclusion that
won.
you
And
are a
again,
retard.
from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us.
I do want to say that I feel bad continuing to say that Pat Betrick David was an Iranian operative. He's not an operative for anything other than his own grifting machine where you pay him $50 and you get a text message back from him.
His 1 year
not- he's not
anniversary
an
is coming
Iranian
up here. I
operative,
can't believe
guys.
it's that
So
quick
I
that
feel
it's
bad
here.
about that one.
The
I'm
audience,
sorry,
I think you also won
You're-
if you
you're right.
did.
You fought in
support
9/11
the
for us.
Crucible, support the
You were only
Candace Show,
born there.
support the
You
PBD
can't
Podcast,
choose where you're
subscribe to the
born.
channel. This is how you help
Some people are
these
born in
voices get
Iran.
out even more, especially
And then they
going
do
into
a
future when
debate
this happens.
about
You want a
Charlie
lot of
Kirk
independent creators
as the
to
moderator.
have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I
then no
respect
one
you
asks
guys
a
again
question.
for
They
having
all
this
just say thank
conversation.
you on both
It is
sides.
not easy to do so. Hopefully, this will lead
There's
to
nothing
more
weird about that at
discussions. A
all.
lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up.
Nothing
With
weird
that
about
being
a guy
said,
just coming out of
take care,
nowhere and
everybody.
just
God
wanting to
bless.
talk
Have a
about
great
politics.
weekend.